way that I remember Streamlabs being before it all fell apart is what Botrix is right now. So, I've moved over.
That is nice. I might have to actually do that. Maybe. Okay.
I don't think it has like its own streaming program the way that Streamlabs does. Because Streamlabs has like, what is it called? Streamlabs. What is it? Yeah, because Streamlabs has a built-in streaming program. Is it just called Streamlabs Live or something? Rather than OBS? Yeah, Bosch doesn't have that. But
okay, right. Streaming directly. Okay, this is gonna have to be our emergency retard solution for today then.
is it working?
I believe so.
Are we on your YouTube as well?
I haven't even put it live yet. I would literally just have it unlisted, but it seems to be working now.
Okay. Here, I'll DM you the Botrix site so you can check it out later.
What a pain in the little butt cheeks this has been.
Yeah, it does Twitch, YouTube, Trovo, whatever the fuck Trovo is, and Kick. Doesn't do Rumble though. I don't think anything does Rumble though.
Yeah, like the restream thing was working just fine for ages, and well, not right now apparently.
Oh yeah, Restream's chat does Rumble, doesn't it? It like includes the Rumble chat. Yeah. I forgot that Restream has its own chat. Yeah, it does include Rumble. Damn.
It working? Yes, chat. It might be working. I'd fucking long lost. God damn, so much dumbass trouble. Oh my god, right. Well, fuck. An hour late. I predicted it might be an hour late. Well, here we are. And Dev's icon, of course, doesn't work now either, so it's just like... it's just one of those days. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh Jesus. Oh Lord, oh Jesus.
So, I guess basically, hour late because Restream wasn't working for you?
Yep. So I've cut out the restream entirely now, and I'm just streaming from Streamlabs. So Streamlabs is not the criminal here. It does appear to be Restream, who is the criminal delinquent.
Let me just post, I'll post on my channel what's going on.
Dumb and gay. Well, chat. We'll consider this one of those, what do the VTubers call it? Guerrilla streams? Yes, there we go.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, that's when they, like, just randomly stream at unannounced times or something, which is apparently a thing they do.
Oh, that's been a thing long before VTubers.
Well, fuck, how should I know? Right, it's not going to be working on Rumble or anywhere else, of course, so there's that too.
It's only YouTube?
Yes, because I had to plug it into YouTube directly for the first time in ages.
Oh. At least we're here and it's working, right?
Yes, but it makes me worried for Restream in the future, like if it's gonna work or not.
Well, I mean, I had that exact same error that you had like a month or two ago, and the next day it was fine. It could just be like a momentary thing.
It might be. Like, I know one of my other friends had this problem too a couple days ago, where they couldn't start a stream, and that was fixed like just by itself a while thereafter, so...
Yeah. So, hello chat. I'm back. I've returned to the ArchCast. So, here's the thing, right? there's some people who are like, "Oh, Dev, I'm out of here," and like they leave. It's like, okay, that's fine. But then I've also seen people like say, "God damn it, Lumi's on the Archcast and not Dev today," and I'm like, "Hold on, guys, who do you want as the co-host?"
Listen, everyone's gonna have their preferences and their likes and their dislikes. Such is the way of people. And yes, Rainetta, all of the previous stuff has most assuredly been fully Yito-Cheetoed, I'm afraid.
Yito-Cheetoed, is that the new saying?
Yes. It's like Superchats, Streamlabs, Rumble, all that went straight down the drain. I apologize. I take no responsibility, but I apologize.
Oh, yeah, Hex in the chat says, no one's ever said that, Dev. Listen, Lumi sent me messages with, like, screen caps of people saying it, and she's like, please come back, and I'm like, listen, you're doing fine. Everything's okay. The honest truth is, it's probably best if all three of us are here, but she's currently busy.
She's at the Renaissance Fair, yes, having fun. So, let's hope Lumi is having a happy, happy day. Now, let's see. Do we have a fix for Dev's icon? Do we? Yay. Thank you, Disco. Okay, well, I'll just shove Dev over there. He doesn't need to be that close. For the love of... Okay, right. Well, we are on track. An hour late, but we're on fucking track. So, I was going to start with just this retarded piece of side news whilst I was waiting for you, and then everything imploded. But let me translate this to English. I've got the live leak channel now above us. So this is from a Norwegian news site. Where one of our young politicians, Ariana here, she spent 3 weeks in England, and she came back to Norway and was like, we've been far too kind to the immigrants. It's time to bring down the boots.
So why did she say that?
Well, basically, because she's seen the ghettoization in England, because... what basically happens is that young people who grow up with very little, they look at their neighbors who are criminals, and they see that they've got a giant TV, they've got a nice car, they wear a gold watch, etc. And they think to themselves, because children aren't stupid, they look at that and they're like, hold on, there seems as if there's a way out of poverty for me. And then they go to school, and the old school aunt is like, you don't do crime, the police will catch you or something. And again, they look at their neighbor and go like, well, motherfucker hasn't been caught yet. And so crime flourishes. Surprise the fucking prize.
Yeah, this is a video that I'm not done yet, but it'll probably be out at some point next week. I'm in the middle of doing a video on the nuisance streamer, which is, by the way, like not a new phenomenon, but it's only been recently given that name. And you know what I'm talking about when I say that, right, Arch?
People who behave like shit stains in public and need to be beaten?
Yeah, but they do it specifically for content. So they'll be live. They're called nuisance streamers, so streaming is involved. But also, like, people who do it in pre-recorded content, they're just, like, being shit stains in public.
Yep.
Yeah, same thing. But yes. So with nuisance streamers, one thing I realized is that there actually are people who are doing it because they feel like they have no other choice but to do it. Like, this is their only way out of poverty. And a great example of that was that Mizzy kid from last year, if you recall.
I do recall.
Yeah. So he was like, he was running around. He was breaking into people's houses. He was live streaming it. He was making videos out of it. He called like a prank channel, and he kept getting arrested by the cops. And then he went on Piers Morgan, and he basically said, listen, Western law is weak. You guys are just giving me slaps on the wrist for this shit. I don't care. And then that was, you know, the hard edge to it. And then the soft side of it was when he said basically, he said in a different interview, he said, I come from a poor family. I have I'm obviously not British, but I can't go back to where I'm from because like I have no way back. I'm just like here and I'm stuck here now. And there's no way for me to get ahead in life. However, I can go viral and make money, and that gets me out of the ghetto. So it seems like it's at least some of these people they're doing this for an economic incentive when they don't really have any other choice. So it's not like it's still their fault for doing it, but it's one of those things where like, okay, if I were in the ghetto and I had no other way but to be a shit stain to get out of the ghetto, I'd probably be a shit stain to get out of the ghetto. You know what I mean? So the issue ultimately is with the government because they're not like putting certain safeguards and guardrails around the situation. They're allowing people to actually do these negative behaviors, even if they are incentivized to do it because of their own, their own poverty. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, like, because at the end of the day, this is a societal problem, right? Because, as you say, there is not enough being done. And a lot of this isn't even the liberal solution, because most often of the time when you hear like, oh, not enough is being done, what people say is, oh, we need to give them more stuff. We need to give them more support. We need to give them more money. We need to give them more social services. That isn't necessarily the solution, for the simple reason that society can't fucking bear it. The solution is to actually enforce the laws we have. Because again, the entire point of the preceding Norwegian article is that she sees people looking up to the criminals. The gangsters become the role model because they're the only ones that are actually making something out of themselves. Same with the Mizzy kid. You know, other people are going to look at him and go like, well, I mean, shit, he's earning Superchats like mad. Look at that goddamn Superchat. He must be rolling in dough. Right, well, if that's the only way I can get out of this, shit, I guess that's what I'll be.
One person in the chat says, Dev's saying the government is not giving enough gibs. No, I'm not saying that. All right? So government is equal parts carrot and stick, and they're both useful tools depending on the situation. And sometimes you need that stick.
Yep.
Right? So it's not just gibs. All right? Like, here's the thing. If you have like a population of people who are living in poverty, it's obviously it's better for them and better for everyone else if they're not living in poverty and being a problem, right? But that's going to be equal parts carrot and stick. You know, for some of them, they're criminals and they need to be locked away, and you need to enforce the law. You need to be strict about it. For some of them, maybe if you just give them like a grant to go to school, they'll actually end up being productive members of society. Like you need both of these options. You need a way out for people who actually want to take it because it's good, and then you also need to be able to do something with those who are actually destructive. You need both of these things.
Yeah, and that's what this chick came to the realization of as well. Take the criminal role models. Basically, you need to actually start punishing people. You need to be like, when the teacher says crime doesn't pay, that needs to actually be the reality and not merely an empty fluff word said in school. And reinforce and follow up on residence bans. Like, if you are a convicted criminal, then you don't get to live in these areas. They will just move your ass to the fucking Shetland Islands or something. That's what needs to happen, because you've got these ghetto areas. You need to say, no, you don't get to live in the ghetto. It's the same how we ban criminals for hanging around with other known criminals. It's the same thing here. You grow up in a ghetto area, you get caught, they move your ass to northern Scotland, and you live on a fucking island there. Good luck.
We used to send them to Australia.
Hey, it worked out pretty well.
But yeah, Oh yes, so Reverend Norse just super chatted. Mizzy deserves no sympathy, Dev, only stick. Listen, my understanding someone's situation is not the same thing as me giving them sympathy. I think that's actually probably at least part of the reason why people get like really angry at me sometimes. It's because they think that I'm giving sympathy when I'm not. I can like put myself in their shoes and understand what their mindset is like. Doesn't mean that I'm saying, oh, we should now treat them, with kid gloves. No, I'm not saying that at all. When it comes to Mizzy, I don't know if you kept up with him, Arch, but like there was he disappeared for a while. I think he went to jail for a few months. He came back out. He went on a talk show, and on the talk show he was like, I'm reformed. I was so young and stupid back then. Everything's fine now. I want to be a better role model for young people coming up. And then 3 months later, he was arrested again. So it's like, okay, dude. Okay. So he's just like a fucking waste of space. But yeah, it's man. I don't know how deep you want to go in this conversation. This is just the opening article, Arch, because like now you get into the whole anarcho-tyranny thing. Where I'm sure you know what anarcho-tyranny means, right? Like it's the two-tier Kier situation,
Yes.
Yeah.
Because there's the thing too, right? So we can sort of kind of pivot this over in the wider direction here, right? Because The stick is not available. That's the problem. I'll put in the live links again here. The stick is not available because the stick is busy being used against protesters. You heard about the mass arrests of right-wing protesters in England?
I have heard parts of it because, guys, I've been offline for almost 2 weeks now. So like I've actually missed a whole couple news cycles here.
Yep. So basically, the prisons in the UK are already overcrowded. And they've been for a while now because, well, there's a lot of criminality in England. We'll get to the rape statistics in a moment. But there's a lot of goddamn criminality, an enormous amount. The prisons are overflowing, but the protesters take priority. They are now freeing criminals to put protesters in jail, which is holy shit. The UK is actually legitimately, no shit, prioritizing jailing its political prisoners over actual criminals. And this has now reduced the required, so this sentence served to 40%. So you can be released after 40% of serving your sentence, which at that point, what even is the fucking point anymore? And they're also beginning to, not give prison sentences to people. There was one example here where a child rapist was spared jail due to prison overcrowding. Like, holy shit. Like, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
we're busy arresting protesters. You can't go to jail.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I'll have to look more into the story because I don't know the actual details of this. Arch, you and I spoke a little bit before the show while you were trying to get Restream working again, and we talked a bit about the two-tier Kier situation off the show, and I basically pointed out like I've been listening to left-wingers and right-wingers talk a bit about the story, and how like they just seem to be talking past each other, and they're not addressing each other's good arguments. You know what I mean? And this seems to be one of the good arguments coming from the right-wing side, where it does seem to be there seems to be this heavy hammer coming down on anti-immigration protesters when you see immigrants who commit crimes, and at least some of them get hit with a slap on the wrist comparatively.
Oh yeah. Now, to be fair here, this is a white guy. He looks English. Reus Neiman sounds English. He's he's a rare breed of English rapist. And what he was given the suspended sentence for was not the rape in and of itself, incidentally. He was given strict orders that if you're going to leave the country, you have to warn the police because, they're afraid he'll run away. He didn't. And then he returned and was immediately arrested. And the judge is like, in any other situation, I'd put you in jail. This is a blatant violation of the terms of your release, but I don't have space for you. So off you go.
Build another fucking jail, man. Like, come on.
And there's so many goddamn examples of this. There's also this one here. So a dude broke a man's elbow attempting to steal his Rolex. And again, like, okay, so you committed bodily harm in the process of carrying out a robbery. And I would throw you in jail, but we don't have space. So I guess you just get to go now. We'll fine you, though. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll pay.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. Like, so there, like, I was talking to a lefty that I know, and we were having this argument where basically I said, like, listen, if someone who's not a citizen but is like visiting a country commits a crime, part of the punishment of that crime should be deportation. And he said, no, it shouldn't be. And I was like, well, hold on, why shouldn't it be? And he said, well, if we actually do believe in the same standard of law for all, you can't have a punishment that applies to non-citizens but does not apply to citizens. Since citizens can't be deported, they are from the country that they live in, right?
Watch me.
And I was like, okay, fair enough. That is true. It is a punishment that only applies to non-citizens, which means that it's not the same standard of law for all. Okay, I get the criticism, but I think it's warranted in this case. You know what I mean? I think we can send people back. I don't think we need to adhere to that ideal that strictly. I think we can have different standards for citizens versus non-citizens of a country. And I think we can, in fact, deport people who are non-citizens who have shown up and decided to commit crimes. You know what I mean? We've seen Japan do it all the time, and good on them, right? It doesn't matter that it's not equal. What matters is that it's right.
Yeah, the thing is, citizenship is a privilege that is granted. Often it is granted via birth, but that is fine. Birthright is a thing. However, if you are granted citizenship later, then that is a privilege that could and should be, well, dependent upon your, at the very least, minimum of good behavior.
I mean, maybe. So here's the thing, right? For example, if you only have like if you're not a dual citizen, which I don't even think should be a thing in the first place, but like let's say that you come from some other country, and then you move to America, right? And then you adopt American citizenship, and then you get rid of your old citizenship, so you're only a citizen of the United States and nowhere else, right? I don't think America should be able to strip your citizenship from you, because I think making people be citizens of no country is actually a really bad thing. You should be a citizen of at least one country. You should be able to hold at least some kind of passport, or be able to go to some kind of embassy for certain services. So you have to be a citizen of at least one country. However, it's different if you're a guest, right? Like if you're a citizen of, I don't know, of Libya or something, and then you come over to the UK as a migrant, and you're there as a refugee, or you're there as I don't know, like if you're there illegally, if you're there to be a student, or whatever the case may be, you're not a citizen of the UK. Then if you break a law, you should be deported. It should be as simple as that, right? Like I don't know why that's controversial to say, but it seems like that should be how it is. That if you're not a citizen of a country and you break a law in that country, you get sent home. Now, I mean, there's exceptions, right? Like if you for example, if you jaywalk, well, it's not a big deal. Like there's certain minor crimes maybe you shouldn't be sent home for. But we're talking like violent crimes. We're talking like theft. You know what I mean? You should be able to send these people home.
Yes. There is a degree of differential treatment here that can quite easily be justified. And maybe we could look at it like 30 years ago and go like, no, principally we shouldn't do this. We don't live 30 years ago. We live today, where criminals are being left out of jail so the government can imprison protesters. And we're beyond that point now.
Yeah. And there's also just, again, something that left-leaning people don't like to admit. Even some liberals don't like to admit, but it is true. Different types of people are not the same. And I don't mean that from like a racial perspective. I know whenever V and I used to have this argument about the differences in culture between the West and Romania or Russia, he would always make it into a race thing, which is it was honestly kind of left. It was lefty of him, because leftists do the exact same fucking nonsense. I'm never talking about race when I talk about this. I'm always talking about culture. Okay, if someone in the UK or in France or in Germany or in Norway decides to come over to Canada, the cultures are going to be more or less aligned in terms of their core values. They can fit in just fine. If someone from Japan comes over, South Korea, Taiwan, they're going to fit in, for the most part, just fine. Even a lot of Chinese people will fit in just fine, right? However, you bring over someone from Central Africa, bring over someone from the Middle East, even India, some places in India, all right? The cultural differences can be such that they cannot fit in. That's not like a race judgment. It's not a racial thing. I'm not talking about genetics here. I'm talking about the fact that there are different and mutually exclusive sets of values that make it so that it's going to be much harder for them to live here and for us to live there. And you have to take that into account. However, whenever you say that, everyone starts screaming about racism, which is just fucking nonsense.
Again, this goes back to the idea of the ghettoization, right? Because in Norway, we have been far more successful in terms of integration than England has, or Sweden for that matter as well. Specifically because we started to do what all of these other countries did. We put all of the immigrants in the same area, Grönland. And it turned out into a criminal goddamn haven. It's like, whoopsie. And then we looked at that and thought, well, this isn't working out. Hello there, Mr. Immigrant. You're going to live here. This is an island in the ocean. I know. It's really, really far away from the next guy that looks like you. And that worked because this forces them to integrate to our culture. That's the thing. They can't remain in the culture of Pakistan or Afghanistan or wherever the hell they come from. They have to become Norwegians or remain absolute social outcasts in their new country. There was even a documentary that quite a few immigrants decided to self-delete over this because of the sheer amount of societal isolation they felt. I was like, okay, well, shit, but it works. That is what England needs to do. When there is a criminal element, you need to start spreading it out. And I do hate the counterpoint to it. There's another woman who's far more left-leaning, who's like, oh, but you don't see, we're not England, we're not Sweden or Denmark. Here, no, we have a completely different social culture, says the brown woman with the hijab. Bitch, I don't think you understand what you're talking about here.
Wait, who is this?
Tamina Sheriffden Rauf, which is a classical Norwegian name and thus a classical Norwegian politician.
Oh, God. Yeah, honestly, there's so many parts of the race conversation that I just fucking hate, right? Like, there are legitimate racists who are like, you know, there are legitimate racists on the extreme right, and we all know what they're like, and we don't need to explain them. There are legitimate racists on the extreme left, where they're just like anti-white or like anti-Western, and it's just disgusting in the exact same way. You know, you see someone like what's that communist name from the UK? The brown communist from Bangladesh. I forget her name, but she always says like she oscillates between being British and not British depending on the conversation. She's like in like a fucking quantum superposition of race, and it's like, shut up, you. It's one of those things, you have to know what I mean. You have to know what I'm talking about. Where she's like, you know, as a black British person, but then later she's like, I'm not British. Don't call me that. Britain is terrible. It's like, well, hold on. You're just like, you're switching based on what's good for the current conversation. That's all this is.
Well, we see this with Kamala as well.
That's your name.
Which will be
your name, Ash Sarkar. Yeah, thanks, chat.
The wider topic later on. Kamala is Indian when she's talking to rich people, and she's black when she's talking to poor people.
Oh my God. Okay, have you seen her do, or have you heard her do the code switching?
I haven't, no.
Hold on. Naomi just brought me some dinner. Thanks, Naomi. Oh. Sorry, Arch, the eating hour has begun.
The eating hour.
Well, no,
Speaking of.
So the code switching thing is there's a video that went viral. It was maybe a week before I went offline, so 3 weeks ago at this point. And it was Kamala talking to an all-black crowd. And she adopted a black accent. And when you listen to her talk, like when she's in the White House, there's no black accent. And it's like, hold on, what are you doing? Why have you decided to adopt this accent now that you're in an all-black crowd? There was a time when Vosh debated Brianna Joy Gray, and he adopted like this Southern slave owner accent when talking to her, and she's like a black activist. And I was like, Vosh, what are you doing? Why do you guys keep changing your accents? What's going on here?
Incidentally, I just left to take a pastry out of the fridge. I expected you to entertain chat in the meantime. Did you?
I did. Did you hear what I said?
No.
Oh. Basically, it is relevant to this, so I'll tell you real quick. One, Kamala, there was a video from 3 weeks ago where Kamala basically used a black accent in front of a black crowd, and then when she was like talking in the White House, she was talking without a black accent. And it's like, why do you do this, Kamala? And then a similar situation where like Vosh code switched based on who he was talking to, which I found kind of funny.
Well, of course, obviously. You would do this, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't do it.
Well, you as in the wider you, the royal you. Confused, Dev.
Give me a second, I'll be right back.
And on that topic, let's talk about rape statistics, chat. Yay! I like rape too, don't you? Looks at chat, expecting it to at least say no. So, on the wider topic of England, then. On England, the lovely little nation of England. Ye old Albion, chat. Ye old Albion. It's a lovely, peaceful place. You know, it's where the hobbits were based on. You've got the little hobbit burrows, the old-timey houses and so on. The nice old Englishmen. They're so polite in England. You know, they say thank you and please and all of that stuff. They're very, very kind and gentle people, you know? Literally, the origin point of the word gentleman, right? Well, England has received a substantial influx of individuals that have created their own little communities, their own lovely, vibrant, diverse communities within their nation, and this has brought with them some local traditions, local faiths and customs, and we see this reflected not at all suspiciously here.
So by diverse, I assume you mean not diverse at all. It's all one ethnicity from one location in the world causing problems.
Oh, who knows, Dev? But have you seen the rape statistics for England?
I have not. What do they look like?
Well, okay, so when I click reported annual rapes per 100,000, because that's a good metric, right? Where would you guess England would be? Like top 5, top 10, 20, 30?
England?
Yeah.
I mean, probably pretty low. I can't see there being that many rapes in England.
England is on second place worldwide for rapes.
Oh. Now, I assume it's not going to be, indigenous populations of the UK doing this, right?
Well, the rape statistics have a very interesting curve, Dev. In 2014, it was rather low. I think you can imagine how that curve has been behaving ever since.
Well, it's clearly Gamergate's fault, right?
Presumably, yes. It was Gamergate that caused the majority of this.
Fucking hell, man.
But yeah, it was definitely Gamergate. Gamergate came along, and now there's 117 rapes per 100,000 in England.
I'm looking at the stream right now just to see. Yeah, Grenada, England and Wales, Botswana, Lesotho, and then Sweden. Oh, yep. Sweden's up there.
Oh yeah, fucking Sweden's right there. Sweden
hey,
is up there.
Discordia's in the chat. Discordia, come on the stream. Pop on. Come say hi. I haven't talked to you in like a year.
Discord is allowed to, of course. But yeah.
Speaking of that, while I was gone, you had like 18 guests. I wanted to talk to them all.
Oh, wow. Oh, too fucking bad, Dev. Shouldn't take days off, I guess.
Listen, it was pretty rough for me for a while, okay?
Is it as rough as... what is even the percentage chance of being raped in England now? 100 out of 100,000. What is that?
It's 0.1%, isn't it? Which is, by the way, quite high compared to other places. It sounds like it's a low number, but it's quite high.
Let's see. So, Iceland as well. Iceland apparently has gotten culturally rich too, 68.7, which is definitely on the high end. France, 58.9. Northern Ireland, 66.7. Denmark, 48.1. That's Norway down there at 41. And now, to be fair, some of this is probably rather misleading. Like, Zimbabwe is down there at 25.4 in 2008. It's like, I don't know if I believe you, Zimbabwe. Not sure.
Hold on. Here, Scotland's different, though. Scotland's quite low compared to England and Wales.
It's too cold to rape anyone up there.
Doesn't stop them in Sweden.
That's true. But Swedish women are prettier than Scottish women, what can I say?
So for Iceland, I thought Iceland wasn't taking any mass immigration because they're already their population's quite low as it is. They can't really do that.
They did take quite a few for a while, but they did stop. It's also the fact that the definition of rape and or sexual assault is significantly broader in Scandinavian countries than usual. For example, the definition of rape in Norway includes kissing.
Wait, why?
It's unwanted bodily contact, thus rape.
Oh. That's all it takes, eh?
Yep. That is all it takes in Norway, technically, to be accused and made guilty of rape.
Wow. Okay.
But England has some. England is not in a very good state. I think that is fair to say at this point. And the English people themselves are, of course, very upset about it, which is why they're being thrown in jail at such a rapid clip.
So, the more reasonable left-leaning people out there, because I don't talk to the unreasonable ones because they don't talk to me, they think I'm a Nazi. But the more reasonable ones, who I've, slowly been pulling towards the center, I point out, listen, the reason why the right wing continues to be ascendant in Europe, and why the center and the left had to, band together desperately to stop them in France, and why there's currently fucking race riots in the UK, at least in part, all of this is happening is because Europe is not the same as North America, not the same as America and Canada. Now, I know there's this belief among Americans that, the West is kind of a unified bloc. It's like, no, listen. America and Canada, we are nations that tend to deal with immigration better. Still not perfect, but better. And we have, it's a different political system, different values. The Europe still has an indigenous population. And that indigenous population, it is their home. They have nowhere else to go, so they expect their governments to privilege them in some ways, and that's a reasonable expectation. It's not the same thing in Canada and America, which are nations specifically of immigration. So I try to tell American leftists, the ones who will actually listen to me, listen, guys, you can't just transplant your views over to Europe and make the same judgments. It's not the same situation. Someone in the chat said, "Imagine fence sitting as much as Dev and still getting called Hitler." Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is. You guys call me commie. Some of you are joking. A lot of you aren't. The ones who are really mad about me being here sometimes, you guys definitely aren't. But yeah, listen. If I was on if there was a left wing arch, and I was on a left wing ArchCast, and there were people who were further left than either of us on the left wing ArchCast watching it, they would all be screaming, "Arch, why do you have this Nazi Dev on?" It's the same thing, But yeah, I guess my point here basically is that it's more reasonable to complain about immigration in a place like Europe than it is in a place like North America, because the indigenous populations of North America are fucking gone.
Just sending messages about having demon women drawn for me. Distracted. But I'm back now.
Oh, wait. Demon women?
Yes.
Who's drawing them for you?
New thumbnail artist.
Oh, that's neat.
I've realized I have become the gatekeeper I always wanted to be, Dev. I constantly look through Twitter does anybody draw nice pictures? Can I make them draw boobies for me? And then I look at their profile. If there's a gay flag there, nope. If there's pronouns there, nope. I have become the gatekeeper of my own money, and I'm happy with that.
That's how it has to be, man. I recall, this might have been in 2018. I asked an artist to do a commission, and they said, this is someone who was more left-leaning than me, I presume. And they're like, "No, you're a right-wing bigot. We're not going to draw anything for you." And I was like, I mean, that's your choice, you're the artist. If you want to refuse my money, I'll pay someone else. You can make those choices. But there's always a balance of it, right? You can choose to have, less customers and get less money, but also stand up for what you think is right. Yeah, okay, I get it. I didn't begrudge them for when they said that. I was like, okay, I'll just pay someone else. But yeah, that just seems to be where we are now. You might have to be like, listen, if someone's explicitly a radical, I'm not gonna, even if they're good at what they do, I'm not gonna buy from them. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. I don't even care if they're a radical. If you signal incorrectly, I'll just have to dump you. It's simple as that.
Oh, okay.
There you go, chat. Demon Woman. Demon Woman for upcoming LP series. There. Chat has already been damaged by the rape statistics, so we'll give them something nice instead.
Speaking of Demon Woman, you heard of Demon Mama?
From you, I think. The name rings a bell.
Yep. A crumb tuber. Some like Vosh hanger on, who might stream to a couple hundred people, maybe at the most. You know. All the crumb tuber channels are falling apart now that basically socialism is no longer popular online. It's no longer like on the upswing the way that it was, let's say in 2019, 2020. So Demon Mama's kind of struggling to stay in there the same way that Xander Hall is. But apparently, like allegations came out against Demon Mama, some weird sexual grooming stuff. And to be honest, I think everyone saw that coming with Demon Mama. That she was gonna at some point, whether it was 2, 3, 5 years down the line, this person was gonna have some weird grooming allegations come out against them. And if you want to know why, Arch, give me a second here.
Also, I just realized. I know what you want,
Yeah,
chat.
Arch.
Let me maximize the tootsies. Feet for you,
That
chat.
is-
Disgusting. Gee.
That's Demon Mama right there. So, this person, by the way, trans obviously, so biologically male. But this person looks like they're gonna have some skeletons in their closet, eh?
Let's see. Right, chat. I'm going to take Demon Woman away from you because Dev made me, and I'm going to give you this person instead.
Yeah. Like this person seems like a well-adjusted person, right?
There you go, chat. You know who to blame.
But yeah, I know this is one of the stories that I missed while I was gone, but I did hear about it. And I'm like, I gotta come back and do a video on this individual because Demon Mama has like some deep lore, fucking insane. But yeah, apparently now that she's been outed as some kind of weird groomer, I don't know the full details yet. I gotta go figure him out.
I just assume that every single left-wing YouTuber has some skeleton in their closet. Which is incidentally why I've saved so many of your things in the dev folder for the time. When the time comes, toss dev under the bus. Ba-dump, ba-dump.
Ba-dump, ba-dump. It's okay. You know what? If you were gonna toss me under the bus, the proper time to do so was a month ago.
I don't know, that was a pretty weak attack, honestly. Like, I considered it, but it didn't seem like good timing.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, it was weak in terms of content. Because I read through the document, and I saw other people's there was 2 documents on me, not just one, not just the Kirsch one that everyone knows. But I look through them, and like they're pretty weak, to be honest. And it's like, okay. However, simps, they will always act, whether it's weak or strong, So it's just how it is, right? Like, I was looking through the documents, and I'm like, these are laid out like there's a fucking Me Too accusation against me, like I was grooming someone, or I was raping someone, and like you look through it, and it's all just like, Dev was mean to me.
That's what I was hoping
Okay.
for. I was hoping for at the very least a rape allegation.
Yeah, and it's like what the fuck? Now here's the thing, in terms of content, it was weak. However, like I will, there's no shame in admitting the truth. It did absolutely like hurt me in terms of YouTube. I was watching my metrics because everyone like looks at the Social Blade, right? And Social Blade shows that I've lost 5,000 subs, which is still like not that much, but it's a lot. Like it's a fair bit. And then I was like, okay. So I look at the what you can't see on Social Blade is what we can see in our backends for our channels are. So you know this. I decided to take a look, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna poke around in the actual backend and see what's going on. And I was still gaining 3,000 subs a month because when I don't really post much, I just gain that many subs per month, like just as like background noise basically, as other videos like getting pushed into people's feeds. So average of 3,000, I was still gaining the 3,000 subs a month that I was getting. It's just that I was losing 8,000. So I wasn't losing 5,000, I was losing 8,000 actually. But like YouTube was still promoting the channel at the same rate as it was before. So that means that the long-term health of my channel is probably going to be unaffected by any sort of canceling attempt. At least ones of this size. Because what that means is that I'm still getting pushed by the algorithm as long as I keep making new content, and now that I've reset up everything and I'm back in action, I can do that. As long as I keep making new content, I'll probably be fine long term. So it's one of those things where it's like, you know, that probably looked worse on the outside than it actually was. You know what I mean?
Until I decide to cancel Dev.
I know, like, I guess I'm tempting fate at this point, but fuck it, here we are. I know Aiden Paladin like wanted to publish one. And it's been a month since she said that, and I'm like, is it coming out? You guys like you missed the cancel train. Like, I was getting dogpiled at one point. That was the time to do it. Like, is it gonna happen? I guess we'll see.
Here you go, chat. You can have Demon Lady back for a little bit. As we can, we'll finally move on to the actual topic then. But let's do the few super chats first as well.
Actually, yeah. You know what? I'll do some quick eating with this meal that Naomi made me. I haven't really touched.
Ah, I'm sure you're good at eating quick. Prison Warrior, greetings, Arch and Commie Dev. Congratulations on finishing your move out of Canada and into a different country. Arch, you need to find something to incentivize Dev to be on time for streams and not late. Maybe give him some money for diapers. Oof. In case you're wondering, Dev, the official narrative right now is that you moved to Yugoslavia because you wanted to be closer to as many governments as humanly possible.
That's right, because Yugoslavia isn't a country anymore. It's like 5 countries, isn't it?
Yep. And Dev lives on the border between all 5. Molnar, here's a curveball for Dev. What about the people that joined ISIS and swore to destroy their home country? These people should lose their nationality at least. Hashtag tribal hunter. Fuck you.
I mean, probably, because ISIS declared itself a country, and so they should at least have become the citizen of that new country. But then their country was destroyed. So I guess whatever countries inherited ISIS's territory, they can now be citizens of that country. So that would be like what, Iraq, Syria, whatever.
Yeah, and they're traitors. That's the thing too. Like, if you're a traitor to your nation, then you lose your citizenship. Like, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Also, chat, I'm not starting a tribal hunter fund. That game makes me vomit. The only way you get me to play that game is if you drop like $3,000 on me all at once. Then I'll consider it. Because then at least somebody had to suffer for me to suffer. Fuck, that game looks awful. Ugh. Reigning Terror. Dev, I know you support unlimited open immigration. You're a Democrat and support them while they ruin the average person's life.
No, I do not.
No,
I do not. In fact, I think America's current policy is basically to not take more than like 7% of the year's total immigration from one country, specifically so that they don't get overrun by like one specific type of person. That's probably a good policy to have, frankly.
Akaitski, how much dollars do we need to donate to get rid of Dev? Well, he earns me probably like $500 an appearance, so that would be a lot of money. Like, we're talking millions here to get rid of my poor little Dev. Subject Noble, the internet tried to NTR you, Arch. It tried, and it partially succeeded. It 3/4 succeeded, as Rumble, Twitter, and Kick are all down. But hey, they make up like 2% of the total viewership, so I guess we're happy. Nightmare becomes a member again. Thank you very much, sir. Flame Tiger, hello Arch. I've started playing D&D 3.5, Pathfinder 1E, and I'm currently spending hours reading the lore. I've been enjoying myself despite not having the same skin color as me, not being the son of a Nigerian immigrant. That is unfortunate. But we can change your skin color. We have the technology now. Zontar, chat hates Dev because he's a communist. I hate Dev because our show is still stuck in a to-be-determined state. We are not the same.
Yeah, I'll DM you about it, dude. Don't worry.
Silver Camaro 78. Now Dev has finished moving all the diapers into his new place, and I don't just mean the new fresh clean ones either. I've seen pictures. God help me.
God damn it.
Nightmare, Dev is our toilet to shit on. Welcome back, Dev.
Hold on. You shit in toilets, not on them, dude.
Wow, that depends on your aim. See, sometimes when you sit down, you've got really, really bad stomach problems, and you just, expel all of it at once. You are definitely shitting on the toilet. Raining Terror, my super chat was late And Base and Pony, here's money for Nightmare Moon playthrough. Oh, Dev is back. Bring back V instead. V has a life now. He's not allowed to be on the internet anymore. That's just the way of being a little V. Zero, our government might try to extradite her now. Well, good. And Marksman 17B, proper immigrant pull ladder up behind you. That's true. That is ironically true. That's how we identify the good ones. Ray Gator, hi. Have a wonderful stream. Much love, Gray. Thank you. Sonic Nitro, hey Arch, have you heard of Tactical Breach Wizards? I saw it on Steam. Looks like a meme. That's all I know about. Silver Camaro 78, if Trump runs in November, Dev will make doo-doo in his diaper. If Kamala wins, Dev will also make doo-doo in his diaper. But it will be happy doo-doo.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Here's the thing, right? I thought Biden was too old, but I generally like a lot of his policies. Kamala's way too far left. I'm not a fan. They should have replaced Biden with someone like a Pete Buttigieg or something. That would have been fine. But like, I don't think Kamala would have stomached that. Basically, like here, imagine the shit show that the DNC would have been if Biden comes out and is like, "I'm dropping out. I'm endorsing Pete Buttigieg. Kamala, get fucked." Like it would be a nightmare, right? I think the nominee had to be Kamala, but Kamala is too far left for my liking.
Rating Terror, stick Mizzy and his family back to Somalia, and his family too. Damn. Like, I'm sorry, sir. Your son has acted up. You're going back to Somalia.
Is Mizzy even from Somalia? I don't even remember where he's from.
Actually, you know what? That's a brilliant idea, Rating Terror. Yes, let's do this. Let's send their entire family back. If that doesn't inspire mothers and fathers of Somalian origins to beat the fuck out of their children for misbehaving, I don't know what would. In fact, let's make this the standard punishment. I don't even care if you're not from Somalia. If your children start being miscreants, we just ship their whole family to Somalia. No questions asked. I'm pretty sure Somalia would agree. Like, we'll just raise their immigration aid by like $100 million. They'll happily agree. It's like, yes, send us your poor, your starving, your criminal hordes. It could be the new Australia. Fuck yeah. Rowan Knowles, Missy deserves no sympathy, Deb. Only stick. Only stick. Very sorry, discuss Telegram news, you fools. What the fuck is Telegram? Silver Commander 78. When Dev poos in his diaper... Why is this? He puts the diaper on his head. Why? And that is why he seems to have shit for brains all the time. The diaper post won't stop. What?
Is it always just blonde? Is it just blonde all the time doing that? Oh, this just happened. Okay. You know what Telegram is, right?
Russian social media thing?
Yeah. The founder and CEO of Telegram was arrested at a French airport 34 minutes ago.
Really?
Yeah, I'll post in the links.
For the crime of being Russian, I guess?
Hold on. The National Director of the French Judicial Police have placed an arrest warrant on him. He's a French-Russian dual citizenship due to a lack of cooperation with law enforcement and complicity in drug trafficking, pedocriminal offenses, and fraud. Oh.
Busy boy. Oh, I'm sure he'll have fun then. Weird says, turns out ethnic cleansing is a feature, not a bug. It might be. Perhaps we have forgotten the wisdom of our ancestors who kept murdering nearby tribes. Marked ashamed, a clip from The Tithes had a salamander address her ultramarine by cousin. Is that in law? Even Chaos Astartes called corpse-worshipping brethren brother. It's a battle brother, not a combat cousin. I like that. Shadowfox 2300. Only time that fairness applies in the case of law is if the person is a citizen or not. It's not universal. Fair enough. Sindus, being a centrist does not mean you're smart. It means you lack principles. You are just determining your position relative to others' views. Partially, yes. Like, it's difficult to find a good positive narrative for centrism, because it basically means that you're in the middle of the current day position. We need to find a better term for it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I get this criticism a lot, and it's dumb, frankly. People who are like, listen, because things always move left over time, and Dev is devoted to the label of being a centrist, he will always move left over time with the Overton window. And I'm just thinking here, like, that probably sounded really good in your head, but it's fucking retarded. Because no, if something is correct, regardless of whether it's left or right, that's what you should do, right? If someone looks at me and says, man, you're really left-wing, well, okay, fine. If someone looks at me and says, man, you're really right-wing, well, okay, fine. I'm okay with that. I don't care about these labels. What matters is if the idea is right or not. Like, there are some positions that I hold that leftists would call far right. You know, I just outlined one on this podcast where I was talking about the problems with immigration as it relates to the indigenous population of a country. All right? Any left-winger worth their left-wing cred would listen to me saying those things and call me right-wing. However, I'm correct when I say these things. That's what matters.
You know, I'm not very right-wing at all, Dev. My only right-wing position is that we need to, forcibly, ethnically integrate the Sami population into Norwegian one. With stick. The Norwegianification program did absolutely nothing wrong. Other than that, you know, I'm pretty progressive myself.
Oh god, so over the chat, you literally said that immigration was fine in America. Yeah, it is. I don't mind immigration coming to Canada or America. I don't know, like, considering that you're an entire country based off of immigration, and so is mine, right? The issue, ultimately, is how many you're taking. Can your economy and your current infrastructure support that many? And also, the values of the people coming in. That matters. But, like, the idea that immigration just as a blanket judgment is just bad, that's a ridiculous idea.
Silver Camaro wants to make more fun of Dev's butthole, I think. Dev at the drive-thru, getting a small meal. I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a 6 with extra dip, a 7, 2 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. You know what? Dev, do you drink diet soda?
No, actually.
God.
I drink water and coffee. I don't do the liquid calorie thing anymore.
Wow, that's even worse.
Is it?
Yeah. Because I've never seen a thin person drink diet soda. Like, that's just a trap. Everything, like, cola makes you happy, okay? If you don't drink cola, that's the problem. You need to drink more non-diet soda.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
But I don't drink it, so that's good.
Yeah.
Water and coffee, baby. That's it.
I think those are worse.
Though to be fair, like I might sit down with like a nice glass of lemonade on a hot day or something, but like that's rare. It's usually water and coffee.
Yeah, no, soda's the drink of the gods. Proven repeatedly. Car Forever 3. What's with your princess and her shaman boy toy arch? Private wedding to keep the plebs out, only to then sell rights to tabloids? Witcher. Yes, that is a thing that happened. Our princess has decided to marry, and I shit you not, a African shaman in a private ceremony where they sold the rights to it to foreign newspapers. This is a thing.
Wow.
This is actually a thing. Let me see. Let's see if I can find, okay. Right, so first a picture of the princess in question. Now she's getting on there in the years, and she's got a body count on her, including one husband she probably drove to suicide, but hey, details.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
Oh wow.
She married a gay dude, and she did horrible, unspeakable things to him, no doubt.
Oh Jesus.
Oh yeah. Eventually he just ended himself because he didn't want to be gay in a straight relationship anymore.
That sounds rather wild.
and her new African shaman boyfriend, soon-to-be husband. And yes, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being racist here, YouTube. He actually declares himself as a fucking shaman. The man believes he has magical powers. There's frankly nothing more I can add to that conversation, honestly. There's nothing more to be said. There's nothing more to be done. This is just reality now. Much ashamed, Arch, you need to watch Now You're a Single Mom. Is that a television show? Is that one of those shows where we laugh at all the people's misfortune? I don't think it is.
I've never heard of it, to be honest.
There was a television show. There we go. Teen Mom UK, where basically the gist is some UK girl got herself knocked up at the pretty age of like 17 or something, and now they're stuck in a tiny, tiny council room flat, best case scenario, usually without a father, and their life is, well, pretty much goddamn ruined. And the television show allows you to point and laugh at them.
Jesus. I mean, maybe this is their way out of poverty, you know?
Oh, fuck yeah. Like, if I was in their position, I would leap at that. What, royalty checks? Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Get a TV deal, do Teen Mom UK, maybe, you know, be able to actually pay for your kids' education.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the rest of us get to enjoy it as well. It's like The Biggest Loser television show. It's the same thing. It exists so that we can look at fat people suffer, and we can laugh at them and point like, hey, he runs slow.
You know what I will say? Lugging boxes around all day has done wonders for my weight. I'm losing, man. It's happening, finally. Soon I'll be thin. Maybe.
There was another one of these shows. God, what was the name of it? There was one of these shows that I absolutely adore the entire concept of.
So we're talking like half reality TV, half competition, where you get like people who have life problems and just make fun of them.
Well, no, it's just like actively hurting people's feelings. You know, the truly evil shows.
So like bum fights, basically.
Oh, no, far worse. Like, bum fight wasn't that bad. It was just like two homeless people and like, hey, fight and I'll give you some money. Like, okay, you know, that causes a little bit of bodily harm, worst case scenario. Probably not a whole lot. You know, it's not a big deal. No. I'm talking about like long-term psychological damage, you know? Oh, God, I can't find the name of it. Because, okay, right, so to describe the general outline here, the idea is that you have a hot woman, and the hot woman is approached by a television crew who is like, okay, we're going to make one of those dating shows around you. We're going to set you up with like 20 guys, and you get to pick and choose, and you got to go on dates, live in an enormous mansion and stuff, right? And the woman is like, oh, God, that's awesome, that's fantastic. And she agrees. And then she goes on the show, and, you know, the whole setup is there, limousines pull up and deliver the guys. And all of the guys are these massive fucking uber geeks. All of them. Like, full-on neckbeards, fat guys, like, middle to below average guys, all of them. And the first scene when they spring this on the woman is beautiful. I remember watching this show, and she looks actually hurt. Like, what do you mean I have to hang around these ugly men? And it hurts the dude's feelings as well, and it's just the cruelest television show I have ever seen. And then, as you get through it as well, and the dudes turn out to be nice guys. Like, a lot of them are even just fucking rich, because they're nerds. They've got great paying jobs, they've got good personalities, because they've actually had to develop these, and they're just genuinely awesome people. And so she begins to develop actual feelings for some of these. And at the end, there's like 5 of them left, and she actually likes them. You can actually see a possibility here of these people getting together, Beauty and the Beast style. And then, the show introduces 5 new guys. Ripped, fucking buff stallion motherfuckers who just come walking down the aisle to the sound of I Need a Hero, glistening with baby oil.
Oh.
And every time, Dev, every fucking time, the geek is left alone, standing on the tarmac, as the beauty and the hottie fly away after the woman chooses the big buff guy.
Has the geek ever won?
Nope.
Not once in the entire history of the show.
Not that I'm aware of.
I gotta look this up.
It's such a wonderful, wonderful idea. Because, okay, listen, chat. The point of all of these television shows is to watch people suffer, to watch them be in pain. And this show does that better than anything I have ever seen. And you know what? The best piece of it, the piece de resistance, just the final little happy ending, is that usually, after like 3 weeks, the hot guy dumps the chick. Because he's got options.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. This was an article from less than a month ago. I'll put it in the link channel. No, live links. Sorry, I'll put it in live links.
Oh, beautiful. Perfect. Yes,
Yeah.
I'll see that. Beauty and the Greek Star admits reality show destroyed him after fighting so hard. Oh boy, look at him too.
Yeah. Poor bastard.
Listen, there's nothing poor about him, okay? He's a vessel for my entertainment. He signed up to this. He knew what he was fucking getting in on at that point. He knew. He understood. But he thought like, oh, I could totally be the one to win. No. No, you can't, bruh. No. Despite the hurdles in his journey, he managed to make it to the finale, but despite fighting so hard to win Eliza, they lost out after 10 out of 14 contestants voted for them to be eliminated.
Yep. Yep, that's how it is. Damn.
Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Absolutely fucking beautiful. Oh, hold on. Chat says that one geek did win. David Olson won. He's geek. Let me look that up. Let's see here if I can find this. I can't find a good article of this. How old is this? Because it's got a very weird resolution. 2007. Fucking spare me. I can't even find a decent picture of this. Well, the geek has won one time, so that's something. That is something.
Every once in a while. So here's the thing. First of all, the girl has to have a bit more of a head on her shoulders for that to happen. And secondly, the geek can't just be like a 1 out of 10 physically. He has to have at least some minimum standard of physical attraction. And then maybe the geek can win.
And then maybe, if the stars align correctly. All right, well, that was a fun deviation of suffering television shows.
Any more super chats?
Loads, but I want to get to the actual topic before it's tomorrow.
Oh, okay, sure.
So, right. The big topic for today is just a little bit of a warning to all of you little Trumpalophaguses out there who think you've got this in the bag. And I admit, I was one of them. When Trump got shot, I was like, okay, the dude just won. And not only did he win, he won with a massive majority. But we've underestimated the media yet again. The Trump getting an assassination thing was a thing for like 3 days. And then the media shut up about it. It's not mentioned anymore. It is beyond dead news. It might as well never have happened for all the effect it's had upon the election. And Kamala Harris, in the polls, are currently ahead by something like 5 points. Now, to be fair, polls. Republicans simply don't respond to polls anymore, by and large, because they view them as worthless, so they might be wildly misleading. But Kamala Harris seemed to be like the worst conceivable choice. I don't know if you remember this, Dev, but back in 2021, they did a polling of the VP's likability score, like popularity. Kamala Harris is the single most unpopular vice president in American history.
Wow.
And it gets worse. So
Things have changed.
Her approval rating was 28%. But what was worse was that 36% didn't know who the fuck she was.
That's actually really funny.
Yes, it was really bad. It was really bad. Like 51% said she did a poor job, 28% said she did a good job, and the remainder were like, who?
So, there's a bunch of things at play here, right? I know we all thought that Trump basically had it in the bag after he got shot, but there are other examples of candidates getting shot and then not winning the election that they're running for. It's happened before. I think it most famously happened with Teddy. Let me look that up real quick, just to be sure.
Teddy Roosevelt, the bull moose.
Yeah, he got shot, and he didn't die, obviously, but he got shot, and I think he lost that race.
Maybe.
So it's... Let's see here. When asked if the shooting would affect his election campaign, he said to the reporter, "I'm as fit as a bull moose." Roosevelt made 2 more speeches in the campaign after that. He won more votes than Taft, but Wilson bested both of them. This was a 3-way race. Okay. He was campaigning in 1912.
Because the thing here is the absolutely enormous marketing campaign that has come up around Kamala Harris and its specific focus. The focus is on 2 things. One, Kamala is happy. And I see this. There's 2 main arguments around Kamala. Whenever somebody's asked, like, oh, what do you like about Kamala? It's like, oh, she's so smiley. Oh, she's so happy. And she's not old. That's it. That is like her primary qualifying reasons for why she's good. She's happy and she's not old. That's it.
Well, let's be fair here. One of the primary marks against Biden was that he was old.
Yes.
So the whole she's not old thing is actually a plus in her column, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
Compared to fucking Biden, who was like 90 or some shit.
Oh, absolutely. That is a legitimate plus in her poll, because we've basically arrived at the point where we are no longer concerned, particularly, with the candidates' positions on the policies, necessarily. What we've arrived at now is that Kamala Harris is blue, the correct color, and she's not old, which was the primary argument against the other guy. That's it. Like, at this point, the DNC could run virtually anyone. And I want to remind you, Kamala Harris was legendarily unpopular when she was trying to run for president in 2020. And she remained legendarily unpopular as a vice president. She remained unbelievably diffuse. Like, she barely existed in her role. Not to mention the massive missteps she made shortly after and during her campaign. Remember the Juicy Smollett thing? The made-up hate crime thingy?
And she jumped all over that. I remember that, man.
Yep.
Like, what a fucking... Yeah, that was some nonsense.
Kamala Harris. This was an attempted modern-day lynching. She never retracted that.
Yep. Kamala Harris is actually pretty fucking ridiculous in a lot of the things that she's said and done over the years.
Yep.
I've been collecting things for a future video because I do not like Kamala as a candidate.
the massive BLM riots, there was the Minnesota Freedom Fund, the bail fund. Now, she did not donate to that herself, as far as I can tell. But she did, talk about it in public, and she condoned its actions, and she urged other people to donate to it. One of the people who was released, 3 of them, in fact, would go on to commit further crimes. One of which, a worse one, carried out a violent assault, leaving the victim with a traumatic brain injury. Brilliant. So.
Yep. Not surprised. So I mentioned earlier in the stream that I did not like Kamala. I don't think that was before the stream started. I think it was during the stream that I did not. Yeah, I didn't. I like Biden, but he's just too old. I don't like Kamala. I think she's too far left. And yeah, I wish the DNC would have gone with someone else. But to be honest, it had to be Kamala. Like if Biden was going to step down, it would have to be his VP pick that takes the reins, just because of the fact that the reason you choose a VP is because if you are someone who's incapacitated, you're trusting this person to be the president while you're incapacitated. That's the job of the VP. So if Biden did not endorse Kamala, it would be an incredible black stain against the Democratic Party. So he basically had to. So that just because of the way things were, Kamala had to be the candidate, but Kamala isn't a great candidate, in my opinion. That being said, I mean, you showed those polls where Kamala's beating out over Trump, so.
Yeah, see, that's where I disagree. I don't think it's about the candidate anymore, and I think she's actually the perfect candidate for what they're trying to do here. So you mentioned she is too far left. That is an understatement. Kamala is the furthest left. She, unironically, straight up. So this was one of those fact-checking agencies, so they're liberal and they would like to. Was Kamala Harris ranked the most liberal senator by GovTrack? Verdict, true. She is the most progressive American senator ever, basically. She's the furthest left anyone has ever been, and also been elected to an official position in the U.S.
Really? Because I would have thought that like AOC or other members of the squad would be more further left than she was.
Nope, she is even worse.
Yeah, okay.
She is to the left of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. She is the squadron commander of the squad.
So we spoke a couple days ago about this off stream, Arch. And I mentioned how you could go back and watch like the 2012 Obama versus Mitt Romney debates. And in those debates, they actually talk about policy. Like they actually bring up was, my idea will, it'll cut taxes by this percent in this sector of the economy, and it'll do this, and we'll spend the money on this, and then Romney will say, well, my idea is to do, and like they actually go back and forth on real policy. And now you can argue whether or not they're lying, or whether or not like what they're saying is actually true, if they believe it or not, or or if the math is wrong, whatever. But they're having at least a conversation of substance about things that they plan to do and how it would work in real life. And we saw that in 2012. We saw a bit of that in 2016. We didn't see much of that in 2020, and I don't think we're going to see any of that in 2024. Like I think as long as Trump is part of the political cycle in the United States, that type of campaigning is dead. Because Trump doesn't campaign like that. Trump doesn't talk about the numbers. Not really. The numbers for Trump are like really big or really small, and those are the two numbers that he uses when he describes things: the best or the worst, and regardless of whether or not they're accurate. So for like Trump being a showman, being a TV star, and being a celebrity for all the years before he was a politician, he operates on that level. And so basically the type of campaigning that Kamala is going to have to do is going to have to be a little bit different than if she was going against a more traditional politician, because Kamala could like walk out with a bunch of statistics and be like, even if they're completely correct, and be like, well, here's what my plan is, and here's what we'll do, and here's why Trump's plan is not going to work, and she can lay out all the data. But Trump, it doesn't matter. because that's not the level that Trump plays the game on. You know what I mean?
Sure, and that is true as well. Though, there's the thing too, right? She could try to do this, to engage in the debate properly. And I guess we're going to see as we're about, I think, 3 weeks away from the next debate, and possibly the last debate as well, mind you, which will be September 10th, I believe. That will be a very interesting debate. Because I think you're correct. I don't think there's going to be much substantive talk there at all. Because I think Kamala also understands that on the substance, she's not a very good candidate or in a very good position. She is too fresh. She did diddly dick as vice president beyond being hated and or ignored by the majority of people.
Yeah. I mean, what she could do, and probably the smartest thing for her to do, is to abandon her most left-wing positions and then just keep up the stuff that Biden was doing for the most part. Because I know that the chat's going to rage at that because everyone... There's like a Biden derangement syndrome out there now. I don't know. I'm sure you've noticed it. Everyone's like, Biden has done this. And like, it actually wasn't Biden at all. It was just somebody else. But it's Biden's fault. There's like a Biden derangement syndrome now. But in terms... If you're off the internet, if you're off Twitter, if you're outside of the chat room, if you're out in real life, there's still a large swath of people who, even though they don't like the fact that Biden's ancient, they still like a lot of the things that he's done. And so Kamala's best chance of actually winning is to appeal to those people, is to say, listen, we're not going to shake things up too much. I'm going to keep the course. I'm going to truly be Biden's successor and do most of the things that he's been doing. And that ridiculous far left stuff that I said 4 years ago, just pretend that didn't happen. I'm walking all that back. That would be the best thing for her to do if she wants to win on policy. If she wants to win on rhetoric, to be honest, if she wants to to get into like the meme war with Trump, it's pretty easy for her to do. Trump at this point has 34 felony convictions. Whether or not you think that's appropriate or legal or should be thrown out, whatever. The fact is, right now they're on the books, and Kamala's a prosecutor, right? The jokes and the narrative writes itself just looking at those two facts. Whether or not you think it's fair, whether or not you think it's right, Kamala's angle of attack can simply be, I spent my entire life as a prosecutor and Trump as a felon. Boom. The entire narrative writes itself at that point.
Absolutely. And now the problem there is, Trump would probably then also bring up, hold on there, didn't you endorse defund the police? And yes, you did. Didn't you argue for criminals to be left go and then they committed more crimes? Yes, she did.
Mm-hmm. So this is why I said earlier, like, this is not completely going to work unless she starts walking some of this stuff back, right?
Yeah.
Like, it has... She can lean into the meme war, and she can, like, just play up the rhetoric and the optics of being a prosecutor against a felon. She can do that, but if she doesn't walk back the more extremist stuff she's done in the past, it's not going to land very well, I don't think.
Yes. And here's the big thing. One of the main things that has hurt Trump again and again is the women vote, particularly white women. And Kamala is hitting him right in that vulnerability. This is why she is such a dangerous candidate, because Kamala is just a bland, empty face that has the correct color and has the correct gender to appeal to the progressives. Even the progressives who looked at Biden and went like, I can't vote for him, will have no problems voting for her, because they don't really... One, they'll probably assume that she's still the single most progressive woman ever fucking elected. And two, she's all of the things they like. She is a diverse individual. So she's got the progressives in the bag. She is now also beginning to appeal to women, and in the kind of the same way as Hillary, but without all of Hillary's baggage as well, because this woman has in essence no baggage. Her baggage is being a progressive, and as long as she simply just gets up on stage and repudiates that, there'll be very little to attack her for, because she barely fucking speaks.
Yep. So here's the thing, right? because Kamala, before the defund the police bullshit and the fund for criminals, like to get them bail, like before that bullshit, if you go further back into her past, she was actually quite tough on crime. And right now, the tough on crime position is getting to be pretty popular. Like people, some very left leaning places tried the defund the police thing, didn't work out. It's now no longer a popular position on the left, with the exception of like the terminally online like left anarchists who just hate the government anyways. Most left-leaning voters do not want and do not support the defund the police nonsense. So Kamala can very easily lean on her previous tough on crime stances. And she probably will, frankly. She'll probably say, like, hey, look at all the stuff that I did when I was a prosecutor of wherever it was she was. Like she has avenues of attack here. She just has to play them correctly.
Well,
and I think and I do think, honestly, I know people really love Trump, but I think the ongoing lawsuits against him, again, whether you think they're proper or not, I think that has left this continual stain against Trump, and it will eventually come back to bite him. I think your average normie is looking at things like people who don't fully pay attention. They're seeing like, yeah, Trump's going to court, like charges are being filed, and like all this stuff's happening, and then they're probably just like, you know what it is? I've heard people say that basically 2020 was not Biden winning, it was Trump losing. And it might end up being the same thing here.
It might very well.
Trump might have so much baggage against him now that even if, the hardcore Trump supporters, the ride or die Trump people, they'll never abandon him. But like, I think your average voter is probably moving away from Trump.
Yeah. Because again, Kamala is nothing. And nothing is actually very comforting for a lot of people who aren't on one side or the other. She is very comforting for the undecided voter. In fact, Mr. Luckless there for 1,000 yen, thank you very much, kind of puts it quite well. Kamala is a candidate no one voted for that the media is propping up, whose great success is doing literally nothing. Of course, a leaf would say this is a good candidate. I'm saying it's a good candidate. Why? Because there's no baggage there. No, it's sure.
Yeah. I know what you mean, though, right? Yeah, because like there's people in the chat who, here, I think an hour ago, chat, I mentioned something an hour ago where I was like, listen, me being able to understand someone else's position and put myself in their shoes is not the same thing as me advocating for that position, all right? And currently the entire chat has fallen into that trap, right? I'm describing things as they currently are. I'm not saying whether or not I support this stuff, guys, all right? So like, calm down, okay?
See, the reason why she's a good candidate is because she is nothing. There was this thing went viral when California's Kamala Harris becomes the first Indian-American U.S. Senator, Associated Press. Biden picks Kamala Harris as running mate first black woman, Associated Press, 2020. She is whatever you want her to be. She is the amorphous blob, a non-interested voter. And again, all politics is the 2% arguing over the 98. And the 98 can project whatever they position they want on Kamala Harris. She is any color you want. She's any ethnicity you want. She's a working woman. And then she's the husband, maybe. She's any gender you want to. And then she's a successful businesswoman at the same time. She is all of these things. She has Oprah Winfrey showing up at the DNC and supporting her. And Oprah Winfrey is like the avatar of the normie populace. And Oprah Winfrey is a perfect example of Kamala Harris. Oprah Winfrey is a billionaire, okay?
Yep.
She has so unfathomably so much money and so much authority and power as well. And she probably pimped quite a few girls to Harvey Weinstein as well, incidentally.
Are you sure about that one?
I mean, there are pictures that are rather indicative, shall we say. Alleged, let me be clear, of course. But she has the ability to show up and be like, hello, I'm a normal person. I'm one of you normal people. She's fucking the bane of politics, okay? The literal Batman, Dark Knight Bane. That's all Oprah Winfrey. She gets to go up there and be like, I'm the resistance. Normal people just like you. We will not be oppressed by that evil billionaire Trump.
Oh my God, she's ridiculous. Like, Oprah's. I've seen actually. I saw a poll, and it was not from this cycle. It was the previous cycle. But basically, like Oprah was rated as incredibly popular if she ran for office in, I think, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, maybe the problem isn't even Trump. Maybe it's the fact that a lot of Americans are just so fucking stupid, they'll vote for a celebrity over a politician. Doesn't matter what side or stripe or policies they have. If it's a name they know from the TV, they'll vote for him.
You know, like, that is actually the larger problem here. Because my entire point is, Kamala is not a candidate that would do well in a functioning democracy. In a functioning democracy, the entire point of it is for the populace to look at the policy positions of the candidates. One candidate goes, I think this is going to be the best thing for the nation. The other candidate says, no, I disagree. This is what I think is going to be the best for the nation. This is no longer what we have. Now we have an amorphous blob on one side whose most commonly held policy positions are slightly to the left of Mao Zedong, and Donald Trump on the other side, who is, as you say, the numbers are huge. My opposition numbers are small.
Well, see, I honestly think that paradigm will end when Trump is gone. Whether he wins or loses in 2024, by 2028 he's done, right? If he wins,
I don't think so. Because
I do think I think so. I really do. Let me explain why. So, like, if Trump wins in 2024, then he's not running again. Even if he decides to do some wacky shit and like get a third term somehow, he will eventually die. He's not being hooked up to the golden throne, and there's nobody on the right with enough charisma and political acumen and star power to take over Trump for his space. So I think once Trump is done, I think this type of politics dies. However, even if Trump loses in 2024, I can't see him running for a third time. Like, if Trump's the nominee for the Republicans in 2020 and loses, and then the nominee for the Republicans in 2024 and loses again, like, there's no fucking way that he's going to be the Republican nominee in 2028. Like, he might try, but I think at that point people will just be fed up with the fact that he's lost twice in a row, you know? So I think either way, like, Trump-style politics is probably done by 2028, and there's no one on the right that can fill in. So I think there might actually be a return to at least, you know, the more slightly substantial politics of the 2000s and like early 2010s. Maybe.
See, I don't think so, because I don't think that's politics anymore. The left was the one who introduced this, largely with Obama, not completely, but Obama's core message, change. When you look back on it, the fuck was change? Change! What change? Change! Change! It became one of the first cultist slogans. And we've been moving in this direction of emotional truths, of these large, voluminous statements like no person is illegal, etc., for quite some time. And the left has gained so much cultural momentum that it has been allowed to define reality, what is good. The left has largely been able to fully define that. What is good, what is bad. The right has been trying to catch up for the last, 10 plus years, attempting to redefine itself, because conservative is no longer a very good label, because a lot of people aren't really trying to conserve what came before. If anything, they're sort of trying to return. They're trying to resist what they view as a highly negative and damaging progressive wave sweeping over them, and they lack that truly positive alternative message because the left has been allowed to decide and determine what is good. If you on television now go, the left goes like, no person is illegal, these poor immigrants at the border are starving, we're putting them in cages. The correct answer is, yeah, we're going to keep putting them in fucking cages because 98% of them are human smugglers. Fuck them. But that is not a response that is acceptable.
No, I mean I completely agree with you there. That's all seems to be true. Um, there's something else here though that there's another aspect of this conversation that was in my mind and now it slipped out of it. It's gone. Shit.
Like a fart in the wind.
That's how it is sometimes. That's how it is. But I do know what you mean though. Is that like because Obama's hope and change thing, yes we can, etc. And I mean before that it was Bush with mission accomplished or whatever. Trump's Make America Great Again is a quintessential example of this too, where it's slogans and not anything of substance. However, like you do need some sort of sloganeering for a campaign, right? Like you can have a pamphlet full of ideas of things you want to implement, but you also need a slogan people can like chant during a rally, or they can march around. You know what I mean? Slogans do not necessarily mean that the campaign has no substance underneath it.
That is true as well, but it's taken over it completely now, to the point where it has become just a popularity contest. And Chad mentioned as well, of course, popularity has always been a part of it, at the very least to some degree, right? And that is inescapable, because unfortunately, democracy is majoritively retard-based, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. And you will never be able to have that truly educated intellectual voter base that would be ideal for a democracy. The guy who has the time and energy and intelligence to look into every policy position and make a truly informed value judgment about it. Like, that's just not even going to happen, even for people who are deeply interested in the political stuff, like you and I, for example. We're not going to be able to look into the minutiae of the economic policies, for example, and go like, oh yes, this will work out well in 22 years' time, and so on.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And so it becomes a lot of the sloganeering, but that is also why Kamala is such a dangerous character, because there's so little there to bite into. There's so little there to critique within the accepted framework. And she, on the other hand, gets other people to do her dirt for her. She gets Oprah to attack Trump, and nobody can attack Oprah because she's fucking Oprah. They get Mark Hamill to pop up and they're like, don't go to the orange side. He's the dark side, bruh. He's like evil or something. And this resonates with the normie populace far more so than people understand. Like, you don't need a character of... Like, Kamala Harris is the anti-Trump for how, like, big and bold and out there Trump is. Like, look at me, I am Donald Trump. I'm going to give you energy and interest, and I'm going to be like, rah! Kamala just sits next to him, quiet as a mouse, and just points over him like, look at that guy, isn't he weird?
Oh yeah, the weird thing that was happening for a little bit. Is that still a thing?
It's kind of
weird angle of attack.
It's kind of fallen off, largely because the news was getting weird about it. So this was a particularly funny one. So the Telegraph, there was that weird rumor made up that J.D. Vance had sex with a couch, which came out of fucking nowhere.
Okay,
completely made up. And then the Associated Press fact-checked it and was like, nah, bro, he didn't fuck the couch. And then, a day later, they removed their own fact-check.
So did he actually fuck the couch?
No.
Oh, okay.
They just removed the... It's like, oh, hold on there. This seems to be the benefit of our political opponent. Let's take it down. Like, that's where we're at now. It's so purely tribalistic that whoever side has the least, like, public-facing candidate is actually kind of a benefit now.
Yeah, I think a lot of this though comes down to social media, right? It comes down to siloing off into everyone's own little epistemic bubble, where like everyone has a completely different view of reality. They're not consuming the same news sources. They don't believe in the same world, frankly. And then like those bubbles getting popped when it's time to come together for big events like this. So people like freak the fuck out when they get confronted with evidence that does not exist in their world, right? Because at least before social media, there were there were forums, and there were, there was other places in real life where like you could go to, you can go to specialized locations, but there was still like, we still all had access to relatively the same canon of information. But now, like, if you go onto like right wing Twitter, you can see 100% people talking about how like, the vaccine is causing people to have like heart attacks, left, right, and center. You see people talking about how 2020 was stolen and Trump should have been president, or like, I don't know if you remember this, in early 2021 there was actually some weird coke about Trump actually being a secret president, like he was actually still president. That was happening for like 6 months in 2021. You see stuff about like here, list off any single like populist talking point, and that's reality in the right wing sphere of the internet. And if you go over to the left-wing sphere of the internet, there's a completely different set of talking points that make up reality. And there's nothing like that crosses over between these two things. And so when these groups come together and they realize that, oh, it's not just that we disagree on certain things, we actually see a completely different universe, which is what, these completely different value systems lead to a lot of the conflict that we're seeing. There's not enough exposure between the various groups.
See, that is a good way of putting it. You no longer have disagreements, you have fundamentally different worldviews. And we, of course, see this in the coverage as well. Like, the simple media coverage is the left wing, right? Harrison coverage, 84% positive. This being of the woman that the legacy media hated in the previous election. Trump coverage, 89% negative. And hey, you know what? That is an increase in positive coverage from previous pollings.
So here's the thing, right? You can make an argument, and it would be a pretty solid argument, that a lot of Trump's negative coverage is justified because he's actually done a lot of negative things. Okay, fair enough. You cannot make the argument that Kamala Harris isn't, at least to some degree,
positive.
Yeah. You can't make the argument that Kamala Harris isn't being astroturfed, because the complete 180 on her when she went from VP to presidential pick has been quite extreme, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, I can accept the Trump side because Trump's done some pretty crazy shit. The Kamala Harris side, that does just seem like they're pushing her now. Which, by the way, the news shouldn't be pushing her, because the news is meant to report on things and not have a bias, but we're long past that point. Now, I know there's people who complain that like celebrities are promoting Kamala Harris. Well, you know what? Celebrities are individuals. They can choose whatever they want. If they want to support a candidate, they can. That's their business, right? I know people were complaining that, Kamala Harris is hiring actors for commercials. None of this is grassroots. Well, you know what? Everyone does that, including Trump's team. You hire an actor for a commercial, you put the commercial out there. That's just how it is. That's how politics has always been. People want to get paid for their time. If they're going to act in a commercial, you're going to pay them. Okay, completely normal. Like those arguments are ridiculous. But this one, where it shows that there's this much positive coverage, that has a bit more meat on the bone.
Well, there was I don't know if you saw this, but there was a leak from, I think, the Associated Press again, where they had a template ready to go, and the template was why Kamala Harris's VP pick is perfect. Before the VP pick was announced, they had already prepared the coverage. It was already ready. All they needed to do was insert name and then some Wikipedia facts, and they could go. Like, there is no such thing as neutrality in this election anymore when it comes to the interested parties.
Yep. And which, by the way, is ridiculous, because the point of the purpose of the news media is not to push a candidate. It's to report neutrally on what's going on.
Yes.
And then make sure that people are informed so that people can make their own choices, right? So for example, if you had like a candidate that was a saint, and a candidate that broke tons of laws and had a whole bunch of lawsuits against him, you would expect coverage to be slanted against the candidate who's broken all the laws and towards the candidate who's actually a saint. You would expect that out of a neutral news media. The issue, though, is that they're just giving the positive coverage to every possible Democratic candidate.
Yes, regardless of who it is.
Yes.
And that is what they're doing right now, of course. There's the two differing world views. And to be fair, the VP picks are sort of a big deal here, because it's one of the few things we can actually lean a little bit into in this debate. Like, J.D. Vance was probably a terrible fucking pick. I don't like the guy. He has too much fucking baggage. And he himself was like, Trump is America's Hitler. And now he's on side. Like, all that tells me is that he's a flip-flopping fucking sack of shit. That's all it tells me. He's had some base comments. He seems interesting on some things, like the childless cat lady's comments. He clearly understands, at least to a degree, what's going on culturally. Or at the very least, he's watched enough YouTube videos to get a general lowdown, right?
I know a lot about him. Do you know the deep lore on J.D. Vance?
I do not know.
Okay. So he watches maybe not so much now, but definitely a few years ago, he watched like every single shoe on head video.
Oh, I don't know how to feel about that.
He binged all of them. And also, he's personal friends with Mencius Moldbug. If you know who that is.
I do know who that is. And, Moldbug, I said, since you recommended him so warmly, Dev, I looked into him a little bit. The man has points, but the man goes about delivering those points and these solutions in completely the wrong way.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, Moldbug seems to be people's gateway into alternative right-wing political philosophy, right? I know back before Spoon fucking hated me, he at one point he recommended Moldbug to me, and I did actually go and read. He wrote a book called An Open Letter to Open-Minded Progressives. It's a 13-chapter book, and it's basically meant to take someone who is progressive normie, so someone who like has basic center-left progressive views, but doesn't think too hard about them, isn't really politically engaged, just like defaults to them, right? That kind of person. To take that person and turn them into a right-winger. And it's not necessarily a Republican right-winger, but someone who is like a monarchist, because Moldbug's a monarchist. So he writes this 13-page book. I sat down and read it, and I mean, it was a pretty interesting read for sure. He definitely knows how to write. I didn't find myself all that convinced. It's one of those situations where you read his writing and you realize he has a lot of good points when it comes to critiquing the current system, and a lot of really terrible points when it comes to reforming the current system. All of his ideas are fucking ridiculous. But it is what lots of people say. It was their gateway into a style of political thinking that exists to the right of the current mainstream that doesn't really have a voice. You know what I mean? Doesn't really exist nowadays. So when you look at J.D. Vance, you can see there's a lot of overlap between, I guess, what we'd call him. Like he's like, maybe we call him a neo-reactionary. Maybe we call him like 13-chapter book, not 13-page book. Maybe we'd call him a neo-reactionary. Maybe we'd call him like a post-liberal or something. But
I think he himself referred to himself as a post-liberal, which is a term I am very fond of, because I too have started to look at liberalism and thinking, yes, this was a giant trap, and not because it didn't mean well, but because of the inescapable human condition from which we all suffer.
I know. I don't know if he's ever read Latch, but Latch is like the go-to post-liberal, and Latch's basic argument is that the unleashed productive capacity of liberalism, the way that like the economy is organized and free trade and all this stuff, it has undoubtedly made everyone's lives better, because we now live in an era of incredible material excess that humanity has never experienced before. But it's come with certain downsides that liberals don't like to look at, and they might call you racist or sexist or bigoted if you look at those downsides, or they might call you a conspiracy theorist if you look at those downsides. But there are real downsides that have to be reckoned with. And the liberals do not seem to be interested in reckoning with them themselves, because it would be admitting that at least some part of the liberal project is wrong. So Latch is actually very interesting to read, in my opinion. But Latch is like I guess we call it like the first post-liberal. He's probably the first post-liberal. Yeah. But no, Vance like definitely seems like he's somewhere in that area. Like he's not a libertarian. He's not a neocon. He's not even a paleocon. He's a different type of right-winger, and he seems to be cut more from the Moldbug cloth than anyone else. than any other part of the right wing. You know.
Yeah, I can see that, and I don't think he's a good candidate for Trump. Honestly, what Trump could have used was somebody more ameliorating with the same kind of charisma that he has. Like, honestly, I tell you, he should have just headed over to Twitter headquarters and been like, "Hello, Elon. Want to be president?"
Yeah, that has been Vance's biggest problem, even if I disagree with some of his ideas, in terms of just how he runs as a candidate. Like, none of his jokes seem to land. And Trump's entire campaign is like jokes. You know? Like, I'm sure you've seen those videos of JD Vance out there, like, just bumbling on stage, you know, trying to say something. It's not really coming out right. No one's laughing. No one's clapping. And it's like, oh, dude. You know, say what you want about Kamala's candidate. Was it Tim Walz or something? Like, people are laughing at him, but he at least seems to be kind of a jolly fellow.
He does. He seems to be a little bit too much of a jolly fellow.
Yeah, that's another criticism of him for sure. I mean, actually, did you see the Tim Walz Dreamcast story?
Dreamcast? No.
You know what the Dreamcast is?
Yes, the little silly console thingy.
Yeah, the 2000 swan song of Sega, the final Sega console. There was like a story from 20 years ago, or over 20 years ago now. Tim Walz was he was like 35 years old, and his wife was complaining that he wouldn't stop playing Dreamcast. He was like addicted to the Sega Dreamcast.
That makes me a little bit more sympathetic to him, unfortunately.
And I was like, you know what? Okay, I am now on the Tim Walz train as a fellow Dreamcast enjoyer. I'm here.
He would go to LAN parties and play World of Warcraft. Well, shit, that makes him infinitely more sympathetic, and I hate it.
Yeah, apparently he was addicted to the game Crazy Taxi back in the day.
I mean, the simple fact that he then grew up to be a Democrat shows that he didn't really lean into it properly, but oh well.
Okay, so jokes aside regarding, like, it's funny, it doesn't really matter that he played Dreamcast when he was younger. Like, who cares, right? Jokes aside, how do you feel about Tim Walz anyway?
Well, I think he's a better pick than J.D. Vance for Kamala. Because, in essence, what Kamala needed was somebody to reassure the older heads of the party. That was her main thing. And he is exactly that. He is the quintessential old, balding, white guy Democrat. He will absolutely perform the role of the steadying hand that the rest of the people can look to. So he's a good pick, I think. I don't know enough about the rest of his story to know much. I did think it was very funny. Did you hear about the horse cum drinking part?
I've only, it wasn't like part of like a college hazing or a party or something.
Oh no. See, the beauty of it was, so the Democrats made up the J.D. Vance fucked a couch thing, right? Okay. Fabricated from whole cloth, and was reported on quite wildly. So then the internet decided, okay, two can play this game. And they fabricated, equally so from whole cloth, the idea that he'd been drinking horse semen and had to have his stomach pumped.
So that was all fake?
Yes. It was kind of a beautiful power move, really. It's like, oh, you made that up? Hey, let me show you how you make shit up.
I did hear about the whole Tampon Tim thing, because apparently he promoted having, like, the tampon vending machines in boys' washrooms or something. So I don't know how many girls' washrooms you've been in, Arch, but there's like vending machines in there sometimes. You put in like $1 or a quarter, you get a tampon, whatever, you know. And apparently Tim Walz he was pro putting those same machines into boys' washrooms as well, which is just fucking stupid and ridiculous. But yeah, and that's where the Tampon Tim came from for a while. I don't think that really stuck though.
I think he was also pushing for something like free tampons for girls or something like that.
That's so dumb.
But
there's like a tampon, like, I don't know. The tampons hold a weird place in the heart of your average leftist. as like the go-to quintessential feminist virtue signal. And it's like, okay, dude, all right. You know, a male feminist who holds up a tampon. Okay, I get it. I get it. Put it away. Fuck.
Apparently. Again, he seems to be the ameliorating thing in Kamala Harris's campaign. Whereas J.D. Vance is just more fire and brimstone. And I feel like Trump's already got the fire and brimstone down fucking pat. He needed someone more smooth and likable. And honestly, I am annoyed that he didn't ask Elon fucking Musk. I'm actually kind of slightly annoyed.
You think it would have worked?
I think it would have worked. I think the two of them together would be a dangerous charisma cocktail.
Actually, Elon couldn't. He wasn't born in America.
Does that sound from vice president?
Yes, because the vice president has to become the president if the president's incapacitated.
Yeah, well, that explains it.
Elon couldn't do it.
It's tragic.
Yeah. Also, I think the difference though is that the radical left wingers, they pretty much failed at taking over the Democrats from within. Like they tried with AOC, didn't really work out. Didn't like Cori Bush lose her recent election. You know, the squad's basically been destroyed. AOC herself has been brought to heel by Nancy Pelosi. She keeps her trap shut and she jumps when she's told now. You know, the radical left, the truly radical left, like the anarchists, you know, the Antifa people, they failed to take over the Democratic Party. However, the radicals on the right, the populists on the right, the Trump people, they did take over the Republican Party. So a lot of the old guard Republicans, they've kind of been like swept. They've been swept aside at this point. The old guard Democrats have not been. So maybe it's a case of Kamala had to choose a Tim Walz character because the old guard Democrats are more important to the Democratic Party than the old guard Republicans are to the Republican Party.
Yes, I 100% do believe so, that he was a nod to the established power structure, who had taken a massive wallop after their preferred candidate, Biden, was shoved out of the way. And it hasn't, as you say, it hasn't had the same shakeup as the Republican Party has, as Trump has needed to take over far more and has succeeded far more in taking over.
Yeah, I do think so. I think like a lot of I prefer neocons to Trump people at this point, but I think a lot of the neocons are just kind of gone. You know, they've been marginalized at this point. The Republican Party is more Trump oriented than ever before, and basically, it'll probably remain that way until Trump mania passes. You know, at least. So maybe because J.D. Vance is also a different type of outsider, but still an outsider to the mainstream right. Maybe this is a way of just kind of continuing the new trajectory of the Republicans after Trump's gone.
Possibly. I mean, Trump will require a successor at some point, and I think the only way for the Republican Party to survive is going to be to go more in the direction of J.D. Vance, because at the end of the day, I view Trump as an attempt to return to a degree of normalcy, actually. I view him as the counter move to the left's absurdism. I view him as basically the left-wing version of a right-winger. He is the same kind of guy who uses more rhetoric than he uses fact. He uses more emotional sloganeering than he uses cold policy. He is more of a firebrand, more of an ideological leader. And if he was able to bring America back to a more regular state, we wouldn't need another Trump. Whereas if we don't have Trump, I think we're only going to go more extreme. And I think the Democrats are only going to go more extreme as well. I think the ideological divide will grow larger without Trump than with him.
See, I'm not sure I agree with that. I agree that the left is going more left, and that's a serious problem. And I do not support that, which is why, I don't like Kamala as a candidate. But I don't think Trump is the answer to that. I really don't think so.
I think the only answer is their own medicine, and Trump is that.
I mean, I guess we'll know, right? We'll know in a couple months. See who wins the election.
Oh, yes, and there's the big thing, too. So to all of you Americans out there watching, I know there's like 80% of my audience are Americans, because you've got good taste. Do not for a second think that this is all in the bag. If you want Trump, you're gonna have to work for it. You're gonna have to go out there and do the legwork and do the voting that is required. Because Kamala, as much as a meme as she is, the simple fact that she is barely a candidate is actually the best candidate the Democrats could have right now. Do not underestimate the power of bland normalcy compared to something more frightening. Like, she is the safe candidate, whereas Trump is the out there crazy candidate. That is appealing to normies who don't really get what's going on. Also, I fucking hate the YouTube system. I've told it now to insert ads only every 30 minutes on the docs. I'm like, okay, that way it'll only do that. Because 30 minutes, one ad, I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. It still doesn't do that. Even when you tell it not to, it's like, now? No. Now? No. I've had videos where I've had ads like every 2 minutes manually inserted by YouTube. I was like, motherfucker, why?
Yep. So what happens with YouTube is basically if there's ever any dead air, they put an ad in there. That's how the automatic system works, because it assumes that most like big YouTubers, when they have ads, like you look at Red Letter Media is a great example. When they have an ad, they'll like cut to a black screen with no audio for like 2 seconds, and that's where the ad plays. So YouTube just picks out any dead air and puts an ad there.
And it just... Well, not even dead air. As you were speaking, it's like, we are going to insert an ad now.
Well, that's how it is for videos. Anyway, I don't know about streams.
I hate the new system. And the worst thing is, you can't really turn it off either. The only thing you can do is insert ads manually. And I'm like, I like the idea. I think it's fair to force my audience to watch an ad every 30 minutes. I'm okay with that. But I want it to be every 30 minutes, not every 2. Fucking hell.
Yep.
Okay, let's do some more super chats then, because I'm sure chat has had many things to say about all of this. As I try to laboriously discover where I placed the Streamlabs window.
Listen, chat, I know lots of you guys have just been like impotently raging in there without sending it in super chats because you're pores. That's okay. If you send it, we'll reply to it. But I just want to say to you guys, it's good to see you again. I'm happy to see all of your smiling faces in the chat as you rage against me being here.
Rage against the Debian machine. Prism
I know
Warrior.
some people were saying, like, Dev, how could you like the neocons? Does it mean you like more war? Listen, I genuinely think that the second war in Iraq has left like a scar on the American psyche. And, you know, for good reason, because the war in Iraq was a terrible situation. But regardless of that misstep, the American empire is far more good than it is evil. All right? I would rather America actually be the world police going around stomping terrorists into the dirt rather than giving that space to Russia or China, because they will take it, right? The American global hegemony is a good thing, guys.
It is a good thing. I enjoy you Americans paying for my military.
Based.
See, this is one of those things where on the one hand I'm like, yeah, Americans, you really do need to force the rest of the world to pay their fair share. And at the same time, I'm also sitting here in Norway, it's like, yeah, you go do all the work.
It's one of those things where people are like, oh my God, this America's caused the war in Ukraine. How could Biden do this, guys? What's going on here? The American empire at work. They're just sending Ukrainians into the meat grinder, and I'm like, this is one of those things where I'm like, you guys live in a different fucking reality.
No, hold on. Based. I am more than happy to feed the Ukrainians to the meat grinder to destroy the Russian military machine. This is a brilliant example of a proxy war done fucking right. Good God, In like 20 years' time, when it's safe to admit that this was what they wanted, somebody's going to look very clever.
Here's the thing, right? People who are saying that like Russia is going to be, the based savior of the West against the gays and trannies, like it's fucking ridiculous. Such coping nonsense. Stop listening to Jackson Hinkle. All right. No, supporting Ukraine is a good thing. Ukraine has its problems. Obviously, they need to be addressed. But if you made me choose between Ukraine or Russia, it'd be Ukraine all the way, baby. Not even fucking close.
See, that's the deviant take, the weak centrist take. Meanwhile, the strong independent Archian take is America fought on the wrong side in the Second World War. Joking, YouTube, joking.
Are you actually, though?
I've seen a lot of memes on that now, like we defeated the wrong enemy, and in part, but the problem is the Americans couldn't have beaten the Soviets after the Second World War. There was the Operation Rainbow or something, which was the proposed American plan to like invade the Soviet Union and get rid of communism after they dealt with fascism. The Americans would have been fucking rolled. Like, it would have taken the Soviets 3 months at most to reach France. They would have been fucking annihilated. Not a chance. So I'm glad they didn't. Oh, fuck yeah. It wouldn't even have been a contest. The Soviets outnumbered them, not only in terms of manpower, in terms of tanks, in terms of artillery, in terms of air power. And the Americans were struggling against the Germans at their lowest ebb. The Red Army at its highest would have fucking rolled over them. It would have been a blip.
Well, they could just nuke them.
And that would have been their only real salvation. But remember, Dev, after they dropped those two on Japan, they didn't have any more left.
They could have made a few, I think. It would have been fine.
It would.
But also, you know what? Here. If America did not support the Soviets while the Germans were invading, I think they would have stood a better chance because Russia would have been in far worse shape.
Well, yeah. They would have. They should. If they had not helped them, they would have been in a much better position. Because, okay, here's the thing, chatters. One, the next bomb was like, I don't remember. I think it was like 6 months away. So they might have had one, possibly. But that wouldn't really have done it, because the Soviets would have reached the coast of France within 3 months. Like, there would have been a mass Allied evacuation, at which point the Allied would then either need to do a second Normandy, and this time not against fucking German reserve units, like goddamn Hilfswillige from the Eastern Front, but the entirety of the Red Army. The same Red Army that brought 18,000 cannons to Berlin. They could have nuked the city here and there, but that's even assuming they could have done so. Bear in mind, the Allies would no longer have air superiority anymore, and they would have needed to actually get a bomber into Soviet airspace deep enough to drop the nuke on something worth dropping it on. Like, they could have nuked Paris, and, I mean, fuck yeah. But beyond that...
I think the Soviets didn't get the bomb until, like, the 50s, right? It wasn't 47.
The notice of the bomb was leaked for fairly early on. Let's see.
Let's look it up.
So let's see. First Soviet atomic testing, 1949. Yeah. But this has been a slight historic deviation, chat. Like, I really want to do a theory crafting video on this scenario, because I think it would get... I think it would be interesting to do. And there's a lot of Allied cope there in the chat. Like, the Americans would be able to resist. The Americans would not be able to resist. The Americans would be absolutely violated. And the British with them. Not to mention the French. Like, free France. Oh. Imagine a Sherman, chat. Imagine the 75mm Sherman, who is looking at the Panzer IV like, you are my equal, and indeed my superior. And now they're running into fucking Joseph Stalin's 2s, T-34-85s, and ISU-152s. Can you imagine what an ISU-152 would do to a fucking Sherman? There'd barely be tracks left. Anywho, slight deviation aside. Prison Warrior 1. says, Art, is that grand in dollars or Norwegian currency? Dev, now I'm confused. Did you or did you not move from Canada to another country? Arch explained to Dev why lefse is superior to tortilla. Also, what happened to V? Yes,
I don't know the
Dev.
answer to any of those questions.
Dev did move to Yugoslavia. That is true. He's speaking to us from Yugoslavia right now. On the exact border point where the 5 old states border. Lefse is indeed superior to tortilla because you can have butter and like cinnamon and sugar on it and it tastes great. And V is dead.
Rip.
There you go. And that grand is in USD. I'll take Canadian, but you're not making me play Tribal Hunter for anything but a significant donation. God, that game made me actually feel bad.
Tribal Hunter. I've never even heard of that.
Oh, you should definitely look it up. It's a vor game where you vomit into other people's mouths.
Oh my god. Okay. I guess I'm adding it to my fucking list.
Immediately, Dev's like, pee hard.
Oh no, this is just gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny to stream it. Okay, you know what? You know what, Arch? You make fun of me for like liking Nintendo games, you know, playing Zelda, playing Mario. You're playing this shit?
No, I'm not. Not unless chat is willing to drop a serious fucking amount of money on it. That game made me feel physically ill as I watched the trailer of it. It's like, nope. Arch will not be made to vomit live on stream for less than, what, $3,000 was my price? There you go. Fucking Christ. Oh, no. Xenofox 2300. No one is entitled to a country. That is what exile is for. We did it in the past, we can do it now. Where they get no, not my problem after that. I mean.
Yeah, well, there's a problem with exile, though, because before you could exile people into the wilderness, but there isn't really a wilderness anymore. And the other country has to take in the person that you're sending to them, right? Like, you're going to exile an American up north to Canada. What if the Canadian government says no? You know, it's one of those things, right? Where it's like, exile doesn't really work in the modern era because there's no longer any, like, wild land to exile people to.
Of course there is, Dev. Like,
Where is
okay. If the European Union and America got together and they approached a third world nation, Honduras or Somalia, or Moldova perhaps, and it went like, hey, we'll give you like $200 million more in foreign aid. All you gotta do is take our criminals. They would fucking leap at that. We wouldn't even be like, you don't have to take care of them or anything. You don't have to protect them. We're not asking you to store them. We're just asking you to meet them at the border and hand them a fucking Somali passport. After that, none of our business. That would fucking work.
Also, yeah, I think the issue is in the modern era because if you're born as a citizen of the country you're born in, right? And everyone should be a citizen of at least one country. So you can't just kick someone out of a country that they were born from if they hold citizenship. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't work.
Somalia.
It's one of those things where it's just kick him to Somalia.
Let us make Somalia the single most populous nation on fucking earth.
Like this is the reason that we jail people who commit crimes. You don't exile them, right?
Think. If the Somalis take this gift we are giving them and use it wisely, they could become a small African superpower. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like this. 1,000 years from now, the Somalian Empire rules all of Africa. So how did we get here? Strafbataillon. PC, what's the point of citizenship if it doesn't mean a country can treat you differently? Citizens should have more rights than non-citizens. Yes.
Exactly. Now, to a certain extent, right? Like, for example, you would not want to just be enslaving non-citizens.
Wow.
Right? You wouldn't want to be like, oh, a citizen stole property from a non-citizen. Well, different rights. It's okay. Like you can't do it like that. But when it comes to punishing people, yes. It should be completely fine to deport a non-citizen and not deport a citizen because the citizen he's already in his home, right? It's fine that that's not equal and it's not all the same. It's not a universal standard, and that's actually okay by me.
Ray Getter, some cultures are incompatible, full stop. Ah, I'll do you one better. Some cultures are simply better than other cultures.
Sure.
Nikolaus Cantor, what's the best TFS mech? Hashtag Muvlov alternative miniseries. Like, I want to say, I don't remember the name of these anymore, but my favorite in that show was always Mitsurugi Meiya with the giant fucking sword. I love the idea of a mech sword, because you know it's not going to be sharp. It is literally just going to be an enormous steel stick that you hit creatures with, and I've always liked the idea of that. It's very blunt, but it's also very heavy. Maranga 2, I missed you, Dev. While I don't agree with you on a lot, I followed the Gen 6 inquiry as it was occurring, and you're correct on that point. Oh. Dev supporters. Weird.
Well, thanks very much. See, people who actually look at the evidence rather than looking at Twitter hot takes, they tend to agree with me.
Stephen Morris, November, the 5th of November. Oh boy. Are we going full Russian?
Remember the 5th of November. Wait, what's that?
Guy Fawkes.
Yeah. I was thinking V for Vendetta, but yeah, it's Guy Fawkes originally, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the Russian... See, Guy Fawkes didn't really do anything. He tried a thing and then failed at a thing. No. We gotta go Russian. The Russian Revolution. Yes, let's go. See, the only solution to a left-wing revolution is a counter-revolution, chat. Get on it.
It's a right-wing revolution?
Yep. Every good revolution needs a good counter-revolution. Sanduma need to bring back a certain type of treatment, particularly the type that Singapore likes. YouTube doesn't like the P word or referring to certain treatments to people. Presumably punishment for rape. And yes, no, we actually do need to return to a form of corporal and public punishment, simply because, again, this is way back when we were covering the Norwegian news, but yes, the issue is that you will have people looking up to criminals in their neighborhood because they will see the criminals living better than them. And if you allow that to persist, you will get more criminals. However, if you have, say, I don't know, a national covering television broadcast of aforementioned criminal being slowly lowered down upon a Judas cradle, well, that'll teach many valuable lessons to the civilian populace, both about the punishment of crime and the capacity for the human anus to split open. It'll reduce the rate of gay people as well. We'll be far below 10% LGBT after a few of those airings. Sindhu, Scotland has not received much cultural enrichment. That's true. Raining Tedder,
I guess
Dev.
the Scottish nationalists are probably, against that shit, eh?
I don't know about that. I know you support unlimited open immigration. Annetalopi, lefty arch, Norwegian social democrat, the horror. Nationalize all of your natural resources. That is my left-wing position.
Is that a left-wing position? Yeah, I guess it would be, yeah.
Yeah, it is a left-wing position. There you go. Hexy, a troon is a predator colored me shocked, Dev. It did. It's surprising news. Brendan Lucas, thoughts on Dustborn and your tax kroner's role in its release, Arch? From the creator of The Longest Journey and Dreamfall, nowhere's fallen so low. I know. So Dreamfall is another game you might have missed out on, Dev. It's an incredibly progressive game that nobody bought, and it was funded in large parts due to EU grants, including a Norwegian grant as well.
I haven't heard of that one. I did hear of, was it Dustborn?
Yes.
At the start of the Super Chat? I've heard of that. That's apparently like a fucking shit show right now, but I haven't heard of the other one you're talking about.
Mark Shame Acolyte gave us the choice of Star Wars getting graped or unalived. We chose the former because the victim can survive. Now we want the misery to end. The Acolyte was cancelled too, Dev, in case you missed it.
I did see that. Oh, man. Poor Acolyte. Poor Philosophy Tube. Okay, you watched the entire Acolyte, right?
I did, sadly.
So where was Philosophy Tube in there?
Fuck if I know.
You know who Philosophy Tube is?
Vaguely.
Okay. Hold
Probably
on.
not enough to recognize them on sight.
Let's see. I'm going to search for Acolyte. Now, Philosophy Tube is a bread tuber who has a couple million subs, so a pretty big deal. And use the bread tube thing plus transitioning to become
To become
like,
counterpoints.
yeah, basically became
Yes,
counterpoints. Yeah,
I remember
also
that part.
To try and move into actual acting, and they've gotten a few roles now in certain shows. Let me see here. Oh my god. I don't think it was much of a role. I'll put it in live links. Yeah, I think she's just like one of the background witches.
Ooh, good. Still cringe, but good. Zero says, aha, Tribal Hunter is back on the menu, boys. Not unless one of you has a lot of disposable fucking income. Marksman of 117B, how much for Dustborn playthrough? Hashtag tortilla fish. I mean, that one looks cringe, but at least it would be funny, so I'll probably only put that at like $1,000. There you go.
I've seen I watched Madame Savvy play it a bit. I'm sure you know who Madame Savvy is.
Not a clue.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Madame Savvy's been on Side Scrollers a bunch, so I figured you guys would cross paths at some point. Okay.
Madame Savvy. Oh yes, I do know this person, but beyond knowing their name, I don't know much.
Yeah. Now she played some of it, and it was fucking ridiculous because the intro song of the game, or at least one of the early songs of the game, 'cause it's like a musical game, is basically singing about how if you don't want politics in your media, you're a fascist.
Of course.
It's wild. Oh, Zero Fuck says you were on the Flashcast with her, Arch.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Man, you know what's funny? So I was looking through all my old DMs, right, just kind of clearing them out, and one of my viewers sent a message to me in 2021, and was like, "There's a guy named Yellow Flash who wants you to come on his show." And I said to him, I was like, "Okay, that sounds interesting. I have no idea who he is though." But then I lost the DM. And I didn't even like run into Flash for like another 3 years. I completely forgot who he was. I was like, oops.
Yeah, that happens to me too, frequently.
Yeah. I told him about it. I was like, I hope you don't mind that I didn't know who you were from 3 years ago, dude.
The Wolf Marshal, hey large, here's $10 to shut Dev up. Also Witcher. Well, the ads will shut him up occasionally, I think. Gabriel Fenris, why not split the difference with Dev at least? Next time you stream with Dev, make it a stream about trucking. Ooh.
Ooh.
April 1st,
Well, listen,
Dev.
guys,
Truck simulator stream, co-op.
I keep saying this, guys, but just in case you haven't heard, the trucker video is coming. It's coming during the Canadian election season, so it can have maximum negative impact against Trudeau, because I do not like Trudeau, and I would like him to lose the next election. So it will not be a positive view of Trudeau's government in that video, and I want it to come out when it will hit the hardest.
It's a psyop, chat. He's actually going to release like a non-critique that ends up justifying Trudeau's actions.
Well, actually, there was recent news that came out of that. I don't know if you heard, Arch, but basically one of the people that was charged with crimes for the trucker thing, basically it's not going to go through because the government's case is quite flimsy.
Good. Noah Spragu Studio says, people give Dev a ton of crap, but I'll give him this. Coming on a podcast where everyone hates him and his buddy calls him Fat Commie all the time is something I've got to commend him for. But Fishwoman is still better. See, the best part about me and Dev's relationship is the way Dev lets me abuse him. Lumi attacks me back too often. See, Dev, even if I open up here, you'll see down on Dev's little model there, you'll actually see the hammer and the sickle repeatedly on his sweater. Snuck that one past. That'll always be there now.
Listen, I have learned the value in understanding, when it's a good idea to, go hard on someone, and when it's a good idea to go soft on someone, right? And I know, Arch, you said in private and in public, I think, that I might have gone a bit too soft on people, the past few years, and maybe got to stand up a bit more for myself, have a bit more of a backbone, not let myself get walked all over, even by people who call themselves my friends, don't let them walk all over me. Okay, fair enough. And then there are times when I probably go too hard, and I go too authoritarian, and I crack down on people too much for their stupidity. You learn how to have the proper balance, and I'm getting there. But I know for a while I was definitely on the too soft. It was the Dev too soft arc.
Your only friend is me, Dev.
Oh, is that true?
Yes.
Not even like my real life friends?
No. They're just using you for housing and heating. Only Arch can be trusted. Only Arch knows what is best for Dev. Said guy throwing Dev under the bus would flip the bus. That's a fine defense mechanism. Hexy. Dev says centrist, cause communist isn't popular.
No.
Mark Deshamed, back to combat cousins. Cousin is gender neutral. Perfect Eldar. Well, brother is not. You know what that means in the future. For the Star Child. Disgusting. I do hope. At this point, I hope they make female Astartes. Because my channel got a massive bump after the female Custodes. Like, they make female Space Marines, I'm going to be at 500,000 before you can fucking blink.
Oh, so Arch, one of the new people that I met here knows of you.
Of course, everybody knows about me.
He's like a Warhammer fan, and he's like, oh yeah, the Arch Warhammer guy. He's a Nazi, isn't he? And I was like, no, those are just leaked Discord DMs, it's fine. And he was like, oh, okay.
See, they make female Space Marines. I will grow faster than Cristiano Ronaldo. Did you hear about this thing, by the way?
Nope.
So Cristiano Ronaldo, big football star, of course, started a YouTube channel. He got 22 million subscribers in 2 days.
Oh, that's fucking crazy, dude.
Yes. I don't know how the fuck they got this, but they got the golden play button to him on the first day of his channel, so they knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah, what? How?
He earned 1 million subscribers within 90 minutes of starting his channel.
Did he post any content to it?
Fuck if I know. Let's see his YouTube channel here. He's at 41 million now. Yeah, he posted a couple of videos.
Okay.
29 million views. Well, fuck, he can just quit playing football, I guess.
So, do you think this is astroturfed, or do you think this is just the fact that he is a popular sports star, and so he gets a lot of subs automatically?
It's partially astroturfed, as I guarantee you there was a marketing campaign around this, because people, like, 1 million people wouldn't even know that he had a YouTube channel if there wasn't a little bit of marketing around it, you know?
Yeah. You know what? I actually recall the same thing happening with Jack Black's channel. Like, he kind of announced it somewhere else, and then, like, a bunch of subs started pouring in before he even posted a video.
Yes, but on the other hand, he is also, like, one of the most famous fucking people on Earth. So, you know, there's definitely a bit of a natural thing there as well.
Yep.
There definitely is. And hey, you know, that's good for him. He can retire now. He can stop playing football and be a YouTuber instead. Sir Dead Puppy, Command Modern Operations playthrough. I do need to do that, but that is not a game that lends itself well to streaming, because I have to actually concentrate and think about stuff and do things and complicated things, and the streams become very long and very little stuff actually happens. Nate J, U.S. immigration attorney can deport because of committing certain crimes. Also, a limited way to reverse citizenship grant. Okay, so it does exist some ways to do it. Soon, Mr. Arch, sir, have you procreated? No, I have not.
That is one thing we were talking about before, like your romantic life. I know we never, like, usually, like, you hear everyone else and, like, in our extended group, like, talk about girlfriends and stuff, but you're always very quiet about that. Do you just keep it secret, or?
Mostly secret, and also I am also really busy, and I am in Norway. You would not believe how progressive Norway is. There was even, see, I also have a history of this as well. See, way back in the day, I ran a damn near unironic PsyOps campaign, okay? Mm-hmm. Because there was this girl I really liked.
Don't get canceled, Arch. PsyOps campaign, don't get canceled.
And she was dating a guy who I knew for a fact was cheating on her, but I was like, okay, I can't reveal this because that would look really bad. So I ran a full-on gay ops to fucking leak this shit with the evidence and everything. And then, of course, like, the good friends, like, I'm really sorry, that guy was a douchebag, wasn't he? Hello, I'm a much better person. And that worked out really well, until I realized, well, one, on the good side, this girl was way out of my fucking league. Goddamn, hottest girl I have ever dated by a mile. But she also had a grand total of 2 brain cells. I swear to fucking God. Dumb as a bread. That was the woman who taught me that, yes, the saying that no matter how attractive a woman is, there's a man out there who's sick of her shit. Yes, probably. There you go. There's my dark ancient secret. That was like, oh God, that was a long fucking time ago. That was a very long time ago.
Was it pre-YouTube or pre your channel, I guess?
Oh yes, way before then. Way before then. But of course, you know, if you're a candidate, DM me and I'll probably ignore you.
All the femboys should DM.
I don't know. If I'm aiming to procreate, how exactly am I going to do that with a femboy? Just try really hard?
You haven't seen? Oh yeah, you haven't seen the schematic?
The schematics? Oh God, are we talking about, like, oh, we're gonna have to do the whole transplanting wombs thing? Heavens.
Hold on, you probably can't show this on stream though.
I don't know. I don't like where this is going, Dev.
I can't find it. Oh man, I know someone in chat knows what I'm talking about. There was like an X-ray of Astolfo pregnant, and it showed like Astolfo basically had a uterus attached to their asshole.
Okay, well, yeah, that's like I said. We're gonna have to figure out how to do the artificial womb thing, I suppose. Sounds like a lot of fucking effort to go through, but, you know.
I'm sure someone in chat's seen the memes.
Anywho, ancient Archian relationship law. And no, this is not the same woman who gave me the scar on my forehead, incidentally. That was another one again. I have had great luck with women in the past. Fantastic luck, actually.
That sounds wild. Yeah, a scar on your forehead?
Oh, yeah. It's pretty visible on my videos, depending on the lighting, but I've got a nice big scar on my forehead. That was from one relationship.
Jesus, dude.
Listen, crazy with bitches, be the best kind of bitches. Marksman 100 in B. I thought your right-wing position was to integrate the Sami with the ocean, Arch. Did you forget? Send them where nature intended. Ocean is always right. The Sea Sami. Doman, have Lumi play Command Modern Operations stream. That would be fucking funny. I guarantee you, unironically, she would not figure out how to get an aircraft off the fucking ground in that game. I promise you. She would just sit there for half an hour staring at the user interface and nothing would happen, which would be a little bit funny. Zedekiah, diet soda tastes like the liquid cancer it is. That's because it is liquid cancer. You shouldn't drink it. It's bad for your health. Mark to shame. Now, you're a single mom. Music video feminist hate. Now you're saying what? Oh, a music video. Now I get it, yeah. Sean King, I used to think I was pure Celtic from Britain. Then I found out Viking hand. Hand runs in the family. Any idea how that got there? Yes, we were visiting your people frequently in the, 800s or so. It's fine. We enriched you. The reason why the Brits are as large as they are is because of all of the Viking blood.
Someone's saying that this is not actually episode 113.
113?
You have it labeled as episode 113.
Well, it's 113 now.
Yeah, let me scroll back here real quick.
Listen, it was so long since I'd done a non-special with a guest. I ran out. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Yeah, it was 112 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And then you had Stuttering Craig on.
Mm-hmm.
That should have been 113 there.
Yeah, but that was a special.
Then you had is it Rennie Draws on?
Oh, that's also a special.
114.
No, I don't number the specials, Dev. It's hard.
Then you had Rima Evanstar, who's I'm actually a fan of, who's actually quite cool. That should have been 16?
Yeah,
14,
that still
15,
makes... So the
16.
latest video that was numbered was 112, and this is 113. Do you see some kind of connection here?
You don't remember the specials?
No.
Oh. Well, why not?
Because.
Oh, okay.
Argument settled. Bill Skirner, 3124. I'm about 45 minutes behind, but I'm fine with there being a different standards of law for citizens and non-citizens. The nation's first duty is to protect the rights of her citizens, not guests. True. Mr. Luckless, whoever came up with these ideas for reality TV is a special kind of evil. The kind that likes to raise someone's hopes up just to dash them all away at the last moment. I know, it's beautiful. Fucking love it. Insane hippie sane. Teddy was running as a third party and cost Taft the election. Trump is not running as a third party. Trump is dead? I don't know. I'm confused.
His argument is that the Teddy and Trump situation with the shooting is not the same. Because Teddy got shot and then lost and Trump got shot, so there's no reason. But it's like, you know what? There's no reason to believe that Trump's going to win just because he got shot, though. Right? I know at the start of that conversation, Arch, you said that like the media swept it aside. It wasn't just the media. You know, the news cycle moved on. News moves fast now. It's not just the media's fault. It's also social media's fault, right? It's also our faults. Things just move faster now. You know, if Trump got shot, if Trump was running 15 years ago and got shot 15 years ago, it probably would stay in the news cycle longer because news cycles were longer back then. But nowadays, there's always something new going viral on Twitter. So I don't think it's a conspiracy that like, you know, Trump's shooting was being buried or something. I don't think that's happening at all. I think it's just that the news cycle moves fast nowadays.
Possibly. Raining Terror, Dev's Kamala's first policy is price controls, and you're still brain bash enough to support her since you have TDS. Bad Dev.
Nope.
Communist Dev.
I said I was not supporting Kamala. I think Kamala's too far left.
Maximum 117B, Kamala is throwing concerts. You are both overthinking this. People are voting not on policy, but entertainment and team sports. It's like football. Kind of, yes. And it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be.
Nope, shouldn't be.
Joseph Morelli, if not cackles, then no Biden war chest. Cackles? Cody Ockman.
Cackles? What? Oh, here's one thing that's interesting, though. All right? It seems like, I looked into this a bit, it seems like Kamala getting Biden's big fat stack of money might actually not be kosher.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me.
So there's every single person who runs for an office files some sort of paperwork with like a candidate tracker in the United States, and then they get a number, and that number follows them through all of their runs. Right, so there's a Kamala number, and that follows Kamala for all of the offices she's ever run for throughout the entirety of her life. And the issue is that Kamala stopped using her number and started using Biden's, and this has never happened before. And so Kamala can now use that number to claim that, hey, clearly Biden's giant stack of money should go to me for my candidacy, right? Because I'm using the same number as the previous one. And it's like, hold on, that's not how this works, because Kamala's previous filing number has been abandoned. And so it seems like there's some trickery happening. Now, it's not that big of a deal, because Kamala ended up getting like 4 times the amount of money from other DNC sources than was already in Biden's campaign's war chest. So it's not that big of a deal, but it still does seem to be some sort of shady, underhanded doings happening right now.
And there you go, chat. You can thank Boog for the pregnant Astolfo on screen right now.
Oh, did you find it?
No, it's a safer version.
Okay, I think there's a penis in it.
Yes, there's no penis in this one. Well, all of you femboys who want to be pregnant, this is your opportunity. Become Astolfo.
Mm-hmm.
See, the only thing that is cool about Astolfo is that he has a lot of NTR dojin these days. That's the only thing I appreciate.
Really?
Yes.
Who's getting NTR'd, though?
The Master.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, so Astolfo's fucking the girls and the Master's watching.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Cody Opperman, you should have Guardbro join you for ArchCast. He wrote his own book, The Veil Riders and TTRPG. He might even run a one-off game for the group. Maybe. I don't know who that is, but maybe. Mark Ashamed, a prediction, Trump wins, assassination is successful this time, recount declares Harris was always the winner, Trump vote goes to re-education. Trump voters. Well, we've always had good luck with camps so far. Here, chat. Reject Astolfo. Embrace Demon Waifu. Mr. Luckless, Kamala is a candidate no one voted for that the media's propping up, whose greatest success is doing literally nothing. Of course, a leaf would say this is a good candidate.
Hold on, I never said she was a good candidate, though. That's kind of the point. Like, I know everyone's like, she stole their candidacy. This is actually a coup. That's fucking retarded. That's some stupid fucking cope-ass nonsense. However, like, if you don't like her, don't vote for her, right? She still has to be voted on in the end. It's called the general election. So, they're like, people are, I don't know. Arch, I know that you know this is true, and I know that only you and I are the only ones listening to this conversation who know that it's true, but everyone has become so partisan that they're willing to ignore all the bad parts of their side and completely hyperfixate on the bad parts of their opponent's side, and both sides are doing it right now, and it's fucking tiring to look at.
But Dev, why not embrace this? Why is this not a good thing?
Of course it's not a good thing. But it's like you said, it shouldn't be this way.
But Dev, what if this is just how it is, and now we're going to have to embrace it? This will be our politics from now on.
No, I will not.
Also, by the way, I'll pin the message there. New thumbnail artist as well. Okay, maybe I should remove.
Oh my god. Okay, here, yeah. Mushi says it would be swell if the Dems followed their own basic process. The partisanship is so tiresome. Here's the thing: the Dems did follow their own basic process. That's the point, right? This happens with Republicans and with the Democrats, and also with the general. When you vote on someone, you then cast electors, or they're called delegates in terms of the primary, but it's the same thing. It's a person who then is expected to vote in your interest, right? That's what happens. So you don't vote for Biden in the Democratic primary. You vote for a guy who says to you, I'm going to go vote for Biden on your behalf. So you vote for a delegate. Or in the general, you vote for an elector who then goes to who's then part of the electoral college, who then casts the actual votes that votes for the president in the general election, right? So once a candidate drops out, either of a primary or a general election, then what you have a situation where those electors or those delegates, they become freed up, and so now they can vote for whoever they like, right? So Biden dropped out. And so all of the delegates in the Democratic convention now had the opportunity to vote for whoever they wanted to vote for. And they voted for Kamala.
Whoever they wanted to vote for.
Yep.
Hmm.
And also, when it comes, like, I can't believe I have to explain this because you guys should know this by now. Parties and inter-party elections are not the same thing as the general election, right? The Democrats could literally say, we're going to run the same guy for the next 40 years and not even have a vote on it. They can do that because it's a private party. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can run whatever candidate they want to run, all right? The Republicans could say, we're just going to run Trump's sons now, and that's that, and not even have a primary. They can do that. The only rights people have is to vote in the general election. It's not to vote in the primaries. The parties can set up whatever primary process they want for choosing a candidate. Yeah, Mr. Luckless says there was no vote. Yes, there was. That's the point. All right. You vote the Democratic. Also, I don't even think any of you guys are actually Democrat voters, but those of you who actually voted in the Democrat primary, those people voted for delegates. Those delegates, acting in the people's name, now vote for whoever they want to vote for at the convention because Biden dropped out. So they're now free delegates, right? This happens all the time. It even happens when you're passing legislation, man. Like, you vote for a congressman or a senator, and then you're not the one passing legislation. You're not voting on legislation. They are. They act in your stead. That's what a representative democracy is you vote for someone to represent you. But they do the actual choosing. You don't do the choosing. It's the same things happening here. People are just pissed about it because they don't like Democrats. That's all that it is. It's all just a bunch of fucking cope.
See, I partially agree with the chat, because normally, of course, these candidates are voted on before in preliminaries. There was no opportunity to do this with Kamala, which allows Kamala to get into a beneficial position, which she probably would not have had otherwise, because of how bland she is. She has not had to appeal to the Democratic voters, who probably wouldn't have accepted her if the previous election is any indication. If she had actually run fair and square to try and become the Democratic candidate for president, she probably wouldn't have won. Not guaranteeably so, but her odds would have been slight, in my opinion. This is why I think it is a reasonable argument to say that she stole it, quote-unquote, because if she had gone through the regular process, she would probably not have been in the position that she is in now after Biden steps down.
So here's the thing, right? There was a primary. It's just that Biden won it overwhelmingly. And now you can say that Biden should have dropped out months earlier, and they should have had an open primary where Biden just didn't win most of it. I actually agree with you on that. That would have been a more ideal situation than this one, especially for Kamala's candidacy. However, this does not make her illegitimate. That's kind of the point here. People are screaming that it's a coup and that it's this and that, and that she's not actually going to be the real president if she wins, and no. All of the procedures were actually followed as laid out when it comes to a candidate who has won a nomination, but then drops out or dies before the actual election happens, or when they win an election but they drop out or die before they actually take office. Right? The process is that the electors are now free to vote for whoever they want. That's how it's always been. And so people are screaming now because they don't like Democrats. It's as simple as that.
Hexy says, CommiDev supports the state prosecuting opponents. CommiDev does many things.
I support the state prosecuting people if they've actually committed a crime, yeah.
Rex Vectum, she wasn't very hard on Steve Mnuchin. I don't. This is why things need to come with timestamps. Betty Brucer, Dev, Kamala outright said she's for price controlling the food market. Just 1 to 2 weeks ago, she is going to ruin the economy. Well, she's already ruined the economy. Did you see the thing that they have probably inflated the numbers of jobs gained massively?
Yep, I saw that too.
So in all due likelihood, See, okay, Deb, I'm gonna have to go with the V inside here and
Hmm.
remember a couple arguments a few months ago.
Well, it's okay because I had the same argument with Artemis, right? And I basically said to Artemis, "Listen, Artemis, you've been claiming this whole time, but you've been claiming it without proof. There's been no evidence on your side. Now here's the actual evidence, and this is what I've always been wanting." And Artemis was saying, "No, Dev, you actually just said it wasn't happening." I was like, "No, no, no, Artemis, you need to show me that it is. You're making a claim that this is being covered up. Show me evidence that it's being covered up, and now we have it." That's always been my contention, even with V.
But is this not yet another example of somebody knowing something before it is proven, and then being proven that it was in fact like that?
No.
Hmm.
What happened was you had a hunch, you had a guess.
But it was a correct hunch.
It was, yes, but
Me
it wasn't
guts.
correct back then. It wasn't correct back then. Is the point? Because here's
But
the thing.
it was
right?
correct back then. My stomach was right then, as it is right now.
So here's the thing, right? If you take a wild guess based on a hunch or based on, you have an ideology that you're following, and you're like, oh, it turned out to be true. You're like, oh, I actually know what's going on. I see it. One that ignores all the times in which you're wrong, which happens all the time. What is this? This is like called the Nostradamus effect or something.
But what if my
someone-
stomach is never wrong, Dev?
It's wrong a lot. Most hunches are wrong. But also, it's one of those things where if we're talking about like a justified belief, and I'm doing a video on this too about the concept of you should never actually change your mind. You should only update your mind. If you know what I'm talking about, Arch. I'm doing a video on this too as well. But basically, the idea is like there's certain reasons where it becomes certain situations where it becomes reasonable to update your beliefs on something, and in certain situations where it doesn't, right? So, for example, if you had a hunch, and it turned out that hunch was true, to then turn around and say, well, that's because the ideology that I'm using has some predictive power. That's not necessarily true, right? There's a whole bunch of other factors that could be at play.
It could
usually
be at
are.
play.
Yeah, and usually are. Yeah.
As a slight hypothetical, then, imagine you are a caveman, Dev, a happy little caveman living in a happy little caveman time, and a giant ball of fire rises on the horizon. Now, my stomach tells me that giant ball of fire is going to rise tomorrow,
Yep.
and it does.
Yep.
On the same day, yes, my stomach thinks that this giant ball of fire is going to keep rising for a very long time. And it keeps doing it. Was my stomach not correct?
The first time?
Yeah.
Looking back, you can do that, sure, but it doesn't mean that you were correct to believe it in the moment. That's what I mean, though, right? Because I know the example that you're talking about, and I think you know that I know the example you're talking about, right? So if you lived your entire life in a cave and you never saw the sun, and the first time you stepped outside and you saw the sunrise, to immediately say the sun will, with no knowledge of what the sun is, to immediately say, oh, that's going to happen every morning, that's just a hunch. You have no reason to say that. There's no like justified belief there. It's only after living outside for a few days and you see the sunrise every day, you say, oh, okay, this is actually a pattern. I've now experienced a pattern that I've established through several days, and now I can predict the future, right? But to say it with one point of data does not make any sense, no.
I think you're jealous of my stomach's ability to know things, Dev.
It's one of those things where like I've been thinking a lot about this, right? Because very clearly, I think I've said this to you off show. Very clearly, I can sit down with people who are like more right wing than me, and we can commiserate on the status of video games, how all the women are being made to look like men. We can commiserate on the status of Star Wars. You know, how almost every Star Wars show and movie fucking sucks now when Star Wars was awesome back in the day, right? We can commiserate on a whole bunch of things. Me and a bunch of right-wingers. And that was definitely a big point of Gamergate. Like, I know that the lefties nowadays will never admit this, but Gamergate was an apolitical movement at the start. There was a lot of left-wingers in Gamergate. There was a lot of right-wingers in Gamergate. People just didn't want games to be shitted up by feminists. That's all it was, right? However, because I can sit here and admit that, woke people, we called them SJWs back in the day, but they're woke people now. Woke people have ruined Star Wars and ruined movies and ruined TV shows and ruined video games and ruined comics. That means that I'm somehow politically right wing, or I'm somehow pro Trump. There's a belief there that those two things are connected. And I think that's why I attracted people who are way more right wing than me into my audience initially. It's because they believed that, because I didn't like the fact that feminists ruined video games, that I was somehow on the side of Trump or on the side of the right when I'm not.
But the danger is
there
that you may very easily be perceived as the Aztec person stabbing the woman in the chest and going, no, this is necessary. We need the sun to rise.
I know what you mean. I guess what I'm saying though is that people in the chat right now are talking about pattern recognition, and you brought the pattern recognition thing, right? That's all. Hey, Lumi, that's all fair.
Hi, I heard you missed me.
Of course I did. Yeah.
Fucking woman, I have to rearrange the icons.
Okay, fuck you. I'll leave.
No, don't leave. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about pattern recognition, right? Is that there are people who recognize zero patterns. And they're like, oh, every event is just an isolated individual thing, and you can't draw out any sort of correlation. And if you do, you're just being a conspiracy theorist, and you're putting on a tinfoil hat. Lots of lefties like to think like this, right? They don't recognize the pattern. They don't see the pattern between a whole bunch of different events that seem to be unconnected, right? The issue on the right now, and the issue with a lot of people in your audience, and frankly in my audience too, Arch, is that their pattern recognition software is tuned up way too high. They're seeing patterns where there actually is no connection, which is why I think a lot of them initially believed that because I disliked woke people ruining my video games, that I was a Trump supporter, right? Because if you have your pattern recognition tuned up way too fucking high, you're going to see a pattern between those two things where no pattern actually exists. Because you know what? All the people who thought that I was a Trump supporter, it's because they saw a pattern where there was no pattern. And now they're mad about it. So,
okay. What have I been missing?
We're talking about pattern recognition right now.
We're talking about my stomach.
Yeah, that as well. So the idea is like, how many pieces of evidence do you need before you can actually predict the next event accurately and say that it was a reasonable thing to predict it? You know what I mean? So the example Arch gave was if you lived your entire life inside a cave and you walked outside and you saw the sunrise for the first time, is it reasonable to think on the first day that the sun is going to rise every day? The answer to that's no. But after 4 or 5 days, the answer to that's yes, because now you've experienced 4 or 5 sunrises. So, how much evidence is actually reasonable to be able to predict future events and not just be either completely blind to what's going on, or on the other side, be a complete conspiracy theorist? That's the discussion. Also, how was the REM fair?
It was a lot of fun. Boyfriend spoiled the hell out of me. Went to a lot of shops debating on whether I'm getting a axe or a sword. We're going to be going back to get some more stuff in next year when we have more spending money. It's going to be great.
Awesome.
I'm going to be putting together a better costume and all that. I want to go all out.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yes. It was lots of fun. I was debating on either taking a nap or bothering you guys, and I decided bothering you guys would be a lot more fun.
So yeah, the conversation right now was it came out from some government institution or agency that they said, oh yeah, listen, it's actually 800,000 less jobs than what some other government institution said there was. And so now we're talking about, oh, okay, what's going on here?
Oh. I don't know. If I was actually, part of the conversation earlier and I can get my thoughts wrapped around things, I'd have to be more conversational about it, but I drank some mead and I am just having a good time. And I also heard that Twitter fucking sniped you from the rooftop.
Oh, did they? What?
No, not you, the stream.
Oh, no, it wasn't Twitter. It was Restream.
Technical difficulties.
Oh, yep. Okay. So Arch is having a woman moment. Got it.
I was debating whether or not I was going to make a joke. It's good you didn't have a nap. It's dangerous for fat people to sleep outside of their usual hours. But I figured, no, I'll be nice. Then Lumi quickly reminds me why being nice is not a fucking option.
Oh, see, this is why I love it here. You could just have fun.
There was two things. One was the jobs revision. What was the second one?
Well, first and foremost, I wish to pose a question to Lumi. Lumi, imagine you're a caveman. Oh, well, a cavewoman in this case, I suppose. And you go outside, and you see a giant ball of fire rising in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it likely that the giant ball of fire will rise in the sky the next morning as well?
After only seeing it once, I would probably think, oh, what the fuck's going on? And then if it goes away, and if it comes back up again, I'd probably be scared again. Give it a couple times, and it's like, okay, this is a regular thing. Okay, sure.
And that's the woman point of view, chat. Meanwhile, I will look around and see all of the things growing and the animals and stuff and go like, well, they're clearly getting energy from something. Giant ball must be a frequent occurrence here.
I mean, I hardly like to go outside now. Do you really think I'd want to go outside if I had no reason to go outside? It would be my boyfriend's job to do the hunting and gathering, not mine.
So I guess the point is, when it comes to the jobs, right, is that people are saying they got to be faking the numbers, or something's got to be wrong here, because people are like, if they're saying there's 800,000 jobs, where are they? And it turns out, it comes out months later, oh, there's actually not 800,000 jobs. Okay. So the question then is, like, did they purposely fake it for malicious reasons? Did they just make a mistake and fuck it up? Like, is there something else happening here that we just don't know about? So those are all decent questions to ask. But then also you have to say, well, the person who said 6 months ago that the economy is doing worse than the numbers claim, was it reasonable for them to say that? And that's a complicated conversation, because people say unreasonable things all the time. They make unreasonable, like, leaps of logic 24/7, right? I mean, I still remember right-wingers claiming that lockdowns will be happening for the rest of our lives because of COVID, and that the Vax Pass will be a permanent thing, and we'll all be chipped, and we'll be scanning ourselves just to go outside. None of that shit happened. It all got rolled back. No one ever remembers when the conspiracy theory ends up being proven wrong. They only remember when it ends up being proven right. So this is why I don't put much stock in the people who said that the numbers were fake 6 months ago, Arch.
If you really think about it, everything is fake and bullshit.
Maybe
everything. So. I mean, it's like, I don't have enough money to be like, yes, I'm just going to live in the life of fucking luxury. No, I have to fucking think. I have to fucking work a full-time job, and then basically turning streaming into another full-time job just to have a little more, money to just spend on nice things and not just bills eating everything up, especially during the summer, because my goddamn electric bill is twice as much as it usually is.
You blasting that AC?
Yes. The apartment that I'm in fucking sucks when it comes to, keeping it cool once I have the AC running. No, I have to keep this bitch on all the time, and then it just gets too warm, and then I want to die. In the wintertime, my energy bill is like $40. And in the summer this year, it's been like $200. So no, that's 4 times more. 4 times! Jesus! I hate it here. But it's like, it's better than Texas. It's better than Texas! Yeah.
I mean, that's true. In Texas, you end up losing your power grid the minute they have any snow.
And,
I prefer the snow.
Actually, Lumi, not to be mean to you for no reason, I have a reason.
Uh-huh.
But 200 is 5 times 40.
Shut the fuck up, Arch.
Nope, refuse.
I'm not good at math. I am not good at math. I will say this. I am not good at math. I barely skirted by passing math in high school. It's like English and like literature and everything. I passed that with flying fucking colors. Math, no. I still count on my fingers. Hell, I still can't tell my left from my right sometimes. I hold up my hands and say, which fingers form the L?
Lumi had a good day. Now it is time to bully Lumi, to make sure her karma remains even.
I had too much of a good day. There's no you ruining it for me. I'm in too much of a good mood today.
Do you have your moods ruined commonly by this show?
No, not by the show, just by Arch.
What were we doing today?
Okay.
Okay, so we were
I'm
talking
kidding,
about...
I'm kidding.
You're reading Superchats.
Dev claimed that I needed to impregnate a man, a boy specifically, so we're heading...
A femboy specifically.
We're heading in the wrong direction as well. And his solution for this was to surgically implant the boy with a uterus.
I didn't say that.
Implied, heavily implied.
No, listen, all right? Feminine males just grow uteruses. It's natural, okay?
How about
That's the
Day
problem.
more ruined?
Listen, that's the real problem with microplastics, all right? With the testosterone lowering, they're going to grow a uterus.
What the fuck?
If you don't hit the gym, guys, you'll turn into a woman. That's how it is.
Do you know how many femboys go to the gym so they can look nice? They don't want to build the muscle, they just want to be lean.
Yeah, it's going to be tiny. Yeah.
But femboys go to the gym more often than regular dudes, to be fucking honest.
Well, that was not the backup I was hoping for. Oh well. More super chats. Resta Zero, how can Kamala justify keeping a man on death row? Power abuse.
I'm not sure. Was there a reason why I was on death row? Is this like a story or something?
Also, fun fact, Hassan Piker was kicked out of the DNC, just as a side note.
I fucking seen, and that was fucking funny.
Oh, fuck Hassan, dude. He's such a brainlet piece of shit.
Might a shame. Dev, be like Kathleen Kennedy for president. You would like that, wouldn't you, Dev?
Oh my god. Kathleen Kennedy for president?
I mean, she's a Kennedy.
That's the wrong Kennedy.
Is she actually related?
No, I don't think
No?
so. No. It's like saying, is every Smith related? No, they are not.
Zero says the Emperor protects. He does, when he's not busy. Marksman of 117B. Finally, Dev says the truth. Look to my previous super chat. The issue is the American voter base. There is a reason America had lower voter turnout. The average American is brain damaged. This is why the democracy doesn't work.
Kind of. So this is something that I actually looked into. Well, no, I didn't. I was looking into something else, and this came up as like a side. I was like reading a book about something, and this was actually in the book, not part of the main topic. Basically, in democracies, when there's less voter turnout, that's actually because most people think that they don't need to vote because things are going more or less okay. And that surprised me. But I was reading through it, and I was like, I don't
think that's the case now.
So I was reading. Well, the book came out I think in 2012 or something. But I was reading through it, and I was like, okay, well, what's? And I read through it. I was like, oh, this actually makes sense. The idea basically is, if you have tons of people voting, like 90% of your population voting, that means that everyone's politically engaged. Everyone thinks that things need to be changed, and it's kind of a it's kind of like a heated up situation. But if people aren't voting, it's because most people don't care about politics. And most people, if things are going, well enough that they don't need to worry about the government, they can just live their own life, they're not going to engage with the government. They're just not going to vote. So most people who don't vote, if they start voting, it's because society is going downhill. So the idea of having less people voting is actually a sign that your society is doing better, which is kind of strange, but it makes sense when you think about it.
It makes sense in one scenario, not in this scenario.
Yeah, things might be different from 2012. That's true.
I definitely do believe it is. Marked ashamed. Dev, there are no moderates, only bystanders. Yes, yes.
I mean, that's fine.
Mittens, the problem with Kamala's old stance is that she was not hard on crime, but zero tolerance. She was seen as part of the prison industrial complex.
I heard about
Based.
Good.
Listen, that's based as fuck, all right? Throw all the criminals in jail. None of the soft bullshit where it's like, oh, it's okay. You know, oh, you committed a crime. Oh, you like raped a baby. Oh, you're black. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Black Lives Matter. No, lock them up.
Damn.
Right? None of the soft on crime bullshit. Lock them all up.
Dev immediately went for the skin color there.
Sweep the fucking streets, all right?
All blacks go to prison. Dev, 2024.
Unleash the police onto the homeless camps of America and clear them out, all right?
I mean, you just gotta get Xi Jinping to come back, and they'll grind them up into hamburger patties.
Fucking hell. But yeah, man. Like, listen, I will take 100% a tough on crime candidate if you go out there and you promise to like arm up the riot squad and unleash them into the homeless camps. Done. All right. Clear out every single heroin addict. All right. Lock them up. That's enough of this bullshit.
2024. The picture is of a SWAT officer driving herds of homeless people in front of them, beating them with sticks. As they look back, what is our crime? Being poor.
No. The better way to do this is to borrow the snow plows from the northern states. Just start driving. Don't
Plow
stop.
them up.
Just plow them up.
Heat says Trump is the emperor of mankind. The Adeptus Mechanicus Elon won't let him die. Dev is wrong, as usual. I hope so. Gone to Dim's been a member for 6 months. I'll actually kind of miss the chew toy, but I'm very, very sure that will pass quickly. And Subject Noble, also a member for 6 months. You know, Theo Von, he's a pretty popular comedian. He did an interview with Trump and Bernie within the same week. I do not know him, no.
Well, actually, how have your numbers been tonight, Arch? More or less with me back?
Pretty much exactly the same as usual.
You know, I had a feeling that would be the case. I think most people who say, like, bring Dev back or we hate Dev, I think those people are just, like, the vocal minorities, you know?
I think the ones that have been asking for you back are the ones that come by after stream. I see the comments. I look through the comments because I like to ego search a little bit.
If anything, the problem here is that Lumi arrived and our numbers haven't been going back up again.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well,
Lumi needs to work harder.
Well,
I mean,
they always
let
drop
me use my Live 2D model. Figure out how I can do that, and they'll see me moving. They'll see my cute ass model.
Just start jiggling around.
Just a little bit. My fins move when I move my eyebrows.
No, Lumi, we're too far gone for that. We're gonna have to set up the feet cam.
Ew, no. We can do fins. I'm going fishing tomorrow, so I can get some fish pics.
Fish pics.
Fish pics.
That reminds me, one of the first pieces of pornography I ever found online was a woman shoving a fish up her vagina.
Why are you like this?
Well, it's relevant to the conversation.
One of the earliest ones that I saw was a guy shoving his bald head into a vagina.
Ooh.
Yeah. She was all stretched out and like his whole head fit in there.
Damn.
I'm going to kill myself.
It's like a famous porn from like the late 90s. Oh, maybe I can still find it. Maybe it's still out there somewhere.
Well, I wish not to see it. Thank you.
Shadowfox2300, name the broken laws, Dev.
Oh yeah, I immediately found it. Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, he was busy.
No.
Do you want to see it, Arch?
No, not particularly.
No, just send it to Arch. He'll eventually have to open it.
That's a whole head. That's a whole head inside of a vagina. Wow. Jesus, that's fucking big.
So,
okay.
What laws did Trump violate, Dev?
Well, they were the ones that he was fucking charged with. All right, Jesus.
But name the
Listen.
laws, Dev. Name the laws.
Okay. Do you really want me to go through all of it? Like, how much time do you?
Name one law.
So, okay, the most important one I think was the Washington D.C. District of Columbia case, because that was the trying to overturn the election. That was the trying to overturn the election charge. And when Trump went to defend against that charge, he didn't even say, I didn't do it. He didn't contest any of the facts of the case. He simply said, I should be granted immunity because I'm president. So it's like, well, okay, dude, that sounds like it's fucking ridiculous.
Marksman 117B, media bias. CNN wouldn't do that to RFK, Junior Devil-Eye. Junior Devil-Eye.
What?
I don't know. And Dev,
What did
is
he do to
Tim
RFK?
Walt's horse story true? Walsh may be right.
I have no idea. Wait, no, we talked about it. It wasn't true. It was made up. Horse
Well.
story, yeah.
I don't know about that.
I think it was made up in retaliation to Walt saying that JD Vance fucked a couch or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I found the official charge from the DC case. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, conspiracy against rights. Okay. Those are the 4 things Trump was charged with in the Washington DC case. And no, it's not TDS to have read these things, right? TDS is an irrational hatred of Trump. There's nothing irrational about this.
Weird says, Angry Cops breaks down the stolen valor. I'm presuming Angry Cops is a YouTuber or something.
Yeah. The Stolen Valor case with Tim Waltz, I've heard that that's mostly bullshit. What did you guys hear about it?
Nothing.
What about Tim Walz?
Okay, so there's people on Twitter who have been saying that he has a Stolen Valor thing because he talks about his time in the military, Tim Waltz. It's like, oh, you're Stolen Valor. You never actually served. And it turns out that he has. Like, it just wasn't true.
From what I could understand about Tim Walz and his whole military thing is that he was part of the military. He did get whatever, but he left before he was ever deployed anywhere. He got the rank, but he never actually went out on deployment.
Let's see. It should be very easy to figure out. But even then, like, even if you like get a rank and you only serve, domestically, that's still being part of the military.
Well, yeah, it's like no one's saying that he never served in the military. He's just never been out on deployment. He'll say that he did this or that. I'll have to go back and find the clips and everything because it's been a couple weeks since I looked at this. But he's more so saying that he did more than what he actually did in the military, which is why JD Vance kind of calls him out on it because he actually did go out and fight and all that. I don't know. I'll get you some videos and stuff, Dev, and send them over.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing that. Just real quick, he served for 24 years. He was posted in Arkansas, Texas, up in the Arctic Circle. He was posted in Minnesota. He was posted in Italy. He was trained in heavy artillery. He mainly worked in disaster response. Okay. I mean, that's still an honorable career in the military.
I think it was more so of him, like, I don't know if it was him lying about going to Afghanistan, but he left right before he was supposed to be deployed out there.
Okay.
I don't know. It's a whole thing. I'll send you some stuff on it, and we could yap about it next week or something.
Sure. Oh, okay. No, he was part of like logistics for it. He wasn't actually
Walt
in
did
Afghanistan.
Katrina. Yeah,
Yeah,
Walt did help with Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, he wasn't in Afghanistan, but he was part of logistics for Afghanistan. He was deployed in Italy for that. Okay. Yeah, I don't see the issue. I guess I have to see. I have to see what he said, right? If he actually like played up his service more than more than he said, but like, if someone says, I was involved in Afghanistan, and it turns out he was in Italy doing some sort of management for like supplies or something, I mean, that's still being involved. It's just not being on the ground.
Yeah, no, like again, well, I'll get shit once I am not a little bit
Drunk.
tipsy.
Sounds good. Yeah, Artemis here with $5. Dev did no research into allegations, but says they're bullshit. I never said they were bullshit. I just said I have to look into it some more. I just said that.
Dev's gut feeling. Dev's tum-tum told him something.
What are these Artemis lies being spread around? I didn't say they're bullshit. I said I need to look into them more.
Nightmare. Harris's only talent is sucking CO key. Oh, I don't know what that means. YouTube doesn't either, which is why YouTube decided not to let it go through. Repeal the 19th. That's true. Weird JD knows tech. Elon too in bed with China. Yeah, a little bit of China, good. Stream troll Mike. I think the rad left technically failed to take the Dems over, but that influence on the Dems has had lasting damage on the Democrats. Hexy, Dev supports the war in Iraq. Neocon, maximum TDS. Dev, how could you?
That's retarded. No. Listen, just because I think the American empire is based does not mean I think that Iraq was a good action. Everything else that America does is pretty good, though. America's great, man.
Nightmare. Dev actually wanted Big Mike's massive meat rocket, both as president and in his bootay. Do you like Big Mike, Dev? Does she look like she's man enough for you?
Who's Big Mike?
Michelle Obama.
Oh my God, really? Okay, I gotta know. Do people actually think Michelle Obama is biologically male and like is trans?
I mean,
Is that just a meme, or do people actually believe that?
I've never actually heard that meme. I've never actually heard that. Huh.
I've heard it from tons of fucking people, and I'm like, it's obviously a joke, right? Like, there's not anyone out there who seriously believes that bullshit.
No, the things that she's done is too stupid for a man. It's perfectly woman of her. So.
Yes, says the chat. Oh my God, yes. Wait, it's funny that most of the yeses are the people who hate me the most. Is there a correlation between like being anti-dev and being fucking retarded?
No, Big Mike is just really hefty. She's the strong woman we need, Dev. Oh. It's also part of the joke is that she's taller than Obama, basically.
Oh, okay,
so,
yeah.
Big Mike. The big Obama. Rather than the small Obama.
Yeah, Artemis is $5. Didn't Dev literally say they were pretty much bullshit? No, I asked if they were pretty much bullshit. I'm pretty sure what I said was, I've heard those are pretty much bullshit. As in an invitation to continue to talk about it.
Wrath, Arch, and Dev, what are your thoughts on Tim Waltz's stolen Valor baggage? Also, Arch, if you're looking to play Fire Emblem, look at 7 or 8, Witcher.
Ooh.
I don't know enough about it.
Are you actually looking to play Fire Emblem?
No.
You should. They're good games.
Are they?
7 or 8, really? What, really, guys? Hold on. Oh, come on. You guys got to choose better Fire Emblems than that. Listen, there's a great Fire Emblem on the GameCube you should play. Let me try to figure out which one it was.
Not console peasant, Dev.
You can emulate GameCube at this point. It's fine.
Jackson Kai. Biden picked Kamala because he thought she could never usurp him and make progressives happy. Kamala did the opposite with Waltz. Bold strategy, Cotton.
No. Well, actually, wasn't the whole reason that she didn't pick that Shapiro guy is because Shapiro was actually like someone who was more presidential than she was, frankly?
Yes, fucking Josh Shapiro, I think that's his name. He's very he's more moderate than Waltz for sure. He was a very popular pick and a lot of people were expecting her to pick him. And Waltz was not on my radar like at all. Hell,
Yeah.
I was expecting her to pick fucking Newsom before Walls, but okay.
So here's the thing, right? Like, I don't like Kamala. Now the chat keeps saying they like Kamala. I don't like Kamala at all as a candidate. I think she's way too far left.
Yeah.
She has some crazy stuff.
He likes her
yes.
as a pegging friend, but not as a politician.
And there's like several more moderate Democrats that I would have vastly preferred over Kamala, but I think Biden had to choose Kamala because Biden already chose her as the VP, which basically says if Biden's incapacitated, he trusts her to be president. And so if he trusts her to be president in that case, he has to also back her for the actual election, which sucks because she's not that great of a candidate.
Yeah, and I also think another reason why she didn't pick Shapiro is because he's Jewish. So that doesn't help either.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone hates the Jews right now, eh?
Everybody hates the Jews right now. It's the popular thing to do.
Mm.
Insane hippie sane. The old guard are nothing but cowards that have one too many times backstabbed their voter base. Well, I can't say I necessarily disagree with that one. Especially in England. That is another one of the reasons for very low voter turnout, is when people no longer feel represented by their governments. Nightmare, what are your stream account? I'll send you Dustborn. Oh, you need to do a lot more than that. $1,000 and I'll consider it. Maybe.
Here, send me Dustborn. I want to try that piece of shit.
And Zero, don't forget it's real people dying in these wars. People are always dying in wars. It's just how things are. Some people die over there, some people die over here.
Yeah. Honestly, I know that was in context of the like American Empire thing, and honestly, that's just some cuck bullshit in the end. Like, you know what? People will always be fighting. People will always be doing their wars. If America withdraws from the rest of the world, you are simply giving it to your enemies. Okay? You are simply allowing Russia or China or whoever else to fill in the void after you pull back.
And
you
then
can say,
we'll
well, I
have
don't
to learn
care.
Chinese.
Who gives a shit? They're not Americans. You can say that right until your enemies have conquered the entire world and made it so that it's everyone versus America. And you can't do that. And it's like, honestly, small government types just don't seem to understand the dynamics of international power. They just don't fucking get it. All right. The reason that America is safe and prosperous is because of the empire abroad that keeps it that way. It keeps shipping lanes open. It keeps laws enforced. It keeps bad actors suppressed. That's a good thing. Every time America steps backward, things get worse, not only for the rest of the world, but for America as well. It just takes longer for it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, and moreover, when you have enemies that want to come and fucking annihilate you, doing the cuck pacifist shit, it just ensures that you're going to lose. It's like, oh, we don't want to fight a war. Oh, as they fucking march on you. It's like, Jesus. Grow a fucking spine.
It's like with the United States. It's like, as far as I've noticed, it's a power through fear thing, more so than power through respect. Because as of right now, no one fucking respects the United States, and they sure as shit don't fear the United States right now because we have a literal corpse running the place. So, like, we need to bring that fear and respect back, because otherwise something is gonna fucking happen. Don't know when, don't know by who, but something.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, though, and this is where right-wingers are going to disagree. Part of that means arming Ukraine. They don't like it, but you know what? If Russia is an enemy, and Russia is an enemy, and arming Ukraine is how you stop your enemies, and it is right now. That's what should happen. More weapons and money to Ukraine. Load them up.
And
I mean,
this
I
is
heard
why
that
we
they're-
don't put women in positions of power.
Give
Oh,
the
no,
Ukrainians
I agree.
nukes.
I agree.
Give them nuclear weapons.
The male
it's
position
like-
is balanced. It's diplomacy. Lumi's position is be afraid of me.
No. It's like, I agree, women should not be in, like, high political power, because women do operate through emotions. I make decisions based off my emotions, and then afterwards I'm like, wow, what the fuck is wrong with me? Granted, I should be medicated, but that's a whole nother thing. But it's like, no, women run things via emotions, which is why, you know, a lot of decisions will be, you know, in the moment because anger. Men think things through a little bit more, and then they'll do the thing. Or then they'll be like, wow, I'm fucking stupid. Don't do the thing.
I don't know. I think a little bit more of fear me might be useful in American foreign policy right now.
Yes,
bit of
but
both, I think. Yeah.
it needs to be calculated fear, not I'm going to bomb you right now fear.
Well, to be fair, that is what Trump offered, though. Trump was like, remember there was that leak where Trump apparently said to Putin, I will nuke Moscow if you march on Ukraine. That was some I will bomb you right now fear, and it seemed to work, at least initially, if that was true.
Well, because he thought it through beforehand. He knew that, like, if he knew that there was a high risk of that backfiring really fucking bad, he wouldn't have said that. He had the confidence that Putin was going to stay in place, and he did. So that is a major fucking difference. And also tone of voice. Tone of voice is fucking everything as well. I don't know. That's just me and my womanly opinions.
Well, the situation that we're currently in is that, you know, Russia's invading Ukraine. Not doing so well at the moment. I'm sure you guys have kept up with it, right? That's one thing. That's one thing I did keep up with while I was offline, was just the absolute shit show that's happening with Ukraine, like counter invading Russia right now. That seems to be actually going quite well for them. What do you think? What do you think about that, Arch?
It is. They need to demonstrate to the Russian populace that Putin can't keep them safe. That is the only way they can get him out of power and thereby get a compromise. Basically, they need to force. They need to do what Germany did to Russia in the First World War. I just hope they've got a Lenin stocked away somewhere.
Oh god, it's a whole thing. I'm sure we won't see the end of this for at least another year or two.
Yeah, it's going to be a while, I think. Yeah. Hey, wait, someone in the chat says, therefore we must start more forever wars. No, dude. Russia started this war. For fuck's sake. You know what? Since you guys need to start going back to your Nazi philosophy and reading some Carl Schmitt, okay? America's my team. The liberal capitalist democratic world order is my team. Therefore, it's good. That's how it is.
Evolved Potato says there was evidence for them lying about job numbers. If you actually looked into it, you'd see they'd round them down for the next 2 months after they first reported. It was easy to find, but Dev just ignored that. There was evidence to try and get an own. That's true. My evidence was my stomach. And my bill. These two things combined together
I didn't see
to form truth. Did you not buy groceries, Dev?
Oh, yeah, sure, of course.
Was that Naomi's job?
No.
But your groceries have grown more expensive.
I mean, yeah, but not a crazy amount, to be honest.
Not a crazy amount? Oh, they've
I
gone up
think
48%?
I think it's because I do a lot of deal hunting. And also I have like a big deep freeze, so like we buy in bulk when it's cheaper, and we just freeze it and eat it over the next like 6 months.
That's disgusting.
It's like I wish I can, like, you know, do more deal hunting and stuff, but unfortunately, because of some family things, I have to buy all gluten-free stuff because yay, celiac disease. And that is already double the price of normal food, and just this going up is making it fucking worse.
Well, Naomi's actually the same way. She eats gluten-free stuff as well. So I get it, man. I get it. Maybe hers is not nearly as bad as other people's, though, because she can eat, like, small amounts of gluten and be okay and not be, like, you know, doubled over. So, but, like, if she eats nothing but gluten, like glutinous bread or whatever, like, it fucks her up. But if she stays good on the diet and then like has one random sandwich, she's okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, this is just like actual celiac disease on top of some other stuff. Not me, but another person in my family.
Mm-hmm,
and like it's just It's so fucking hard. Especially, it's like it's nice that name brand stuff is starting to like get some actual gluten-free things out there, and it's not just the like weird business here. Have a thing of gluten-free bread for fucking $13.
Yeah,
It,
so fucking expensive.
it's like now DiGiorno is making a gluten-free pizza, which is really nice, and I found that on sale for like $7.99. Still fucking expensive, but it's better than
Yep.
14 fucking dollars.
Also, to be fair, we shop at Costco, and Costco still has pretty solid prices because it's one of those stores you have to pay for a membership, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, the membership comes with perks because there's regular pretty good sales. Prices are still pretty low. You can get stuff in bulk, which is nice. So you buy like a 50-pound bag of rice or something, just eat it for a whole year. You know,
Yeah.
it's one of those things where like we've definitely managed to organize shopping for the household such that whenever like meat goes on sale for a good price, we'll buy 6 months worth of it and then just freeze it in our giant freezer. So there's no more of like, oh, we ran out of meat. Let's go pay 3 times the price at some shitty grocery store. So we have like a system to basically
Yeah.
make sure that things are affordable.
You know what? Maybe I should put it on my throne. Hey, who wants to buy me a year membership of Costco? I'll send you
What's the price of it?
like unreleased Lumi merch if you get me a Costco membership.
Let's see.
The
Is that-
poor
like, we
are
actually
bonding over the
we mathed it
shared
out.
economic in.
We mathed
Capabilities?
it out, and yeah, so it's $60 for a year of Costco, and we mathed it out, and we save way more than $60 on groceries. So it's
I
like
mean, hey,
it
with
was obviously
the
worth it, yeah.
let's see, annual 2% reward and Costco services discount is 120 a year, so get cash back every year.
Oh, nice.
He wants to give me Costco premium for $120. I will get you Lumi merch.
Also, dude, those dollar hot dogs, it's fucking incredible. It's like a whole ass meal there for $1. It's still $1 even now.
Ah. I gotta get a Costco membership. I think it would save money, honestly. It's like
Do
I
you live?
buy
Do you like live
um
near Costco?
one was built here a few years ago. It's like a 10-minute drive. It's better
Yeah.
than the 25-minute drive to Walmart.
Yep. Yep. Ours is about 10 minutes away too, so it was worth it.
Weirdos.
Costco membership for feet pics? No. I will send you pictures of the catfish that I catch tomorrow.
Wait, Arch, do you have Costco in Norway?
Of course not.
Oh. Well, there we go.
MrX21 says, so, got your Sonichu medallion yet? You will regret it if you do, no question. So this is my warning. As for Russia in that kerfuffle, oas me the vodka. Ukraine has been involved in human trafficking. Woman. Have you got
I mean,
your
if
Sonichu
Ukraine-
medallion yet?
I have not. No, I don't mind one. I don't mind getting one though. But if Ukraine's been involved in human trafficking, I gotta see proof of that.
Yeah, and Dev doesn't trust his guts.
I just want to see proof of it. God damn it. Okay, there was a chat that scrolled by like half an hour ago that was drowned in the sea of bullshit, but it was actually really good. And the guy basically said, "It's so surprising that asking for proof causes this much anger. Just show me the proof. It's okay. I'll look at it." One guy asked, "Does inflation exist?" I mean, yes, obviously, of course.
It's because
Guys.
the Deviant position is just the Archian position, but 6 months later.
Listen, listen. If you elect Trump, you're gonna get even more inflation, guys. You gotta calm down.
Libra Wolf, Dev, if Trump wins, will you stop talking about him? I will not be surprised if you don't, because you can't help it. Also, hi Arch and Spoon.
I don't think Spoon's here, but I mean, as long as Trump is in the news, and my job is to talk about the news, I'll of course talk about Trump. Like, it's normal, man.
Insane hippie sane, NATO started the war in Ukraine, Dev, and you know it. Did you really think that Russia would accept losing access to their only warm water port via political maneuvering of Ukraine joining NATO and not start shooting?
That's retardation.
Well,
In fact, I think
no, it isn't.
before 2014, I don't think there was any danger of Ukraine joining NATO, frankly.
Well, there's the thing, though. There was a danger of NATO joining, or Ukraine joining NATO.
Yeah.
And that would definitely... See, that's the thing. This isn't NATO's fault. NATO didn't do that, but this is kind of a value-neutral proposition. Russia, too, has a right as a sovereign nation to act in its own interest in relations to its power to do so. Russia believed it could prevent Ukraine from becoming a strategic threat to it, and again, hindering its access to its only warm water port, and it tried to do so. It failed. But America would do no less.
Maybe so, yeah. But this idea that it's NATO's fault or the West's fault or something like that's been retarded. It's been retarded since the very fucking start of this whole thing.
Power politics is value neutral.
I guess the way I put it is like, Russia obviously doesn't want Ukraine to turn towards Europe, and Europe certainly wants Ukraine to turn towards Europe. But Ukraine wants to turn towards Europe of their own volition, and that's kind of the important part here, right?
Of their own volition, quote unquote.
Yep. By the way, especially now, like, if you think that your average Ukrainian loves Russia at this point, the answer to that's fucking no. Like, there's, if it was, if they were on the fence before, they are definitely in the anti-Russia camp now after being invaded for 2 fucking years.
That is true.
Wait, did I blame Russia for the pipeline? No, I blamed America for the pipeline. Apparently Ukraine did it though, right? Didn't that come out while I was gone?
Well, they authorized it. I don't know if they did it. And if they did it, they probably did it with American help.
Yeah. No, I'm fine with that though.
Mercenaries 21. That 10 and this too goes to Snoot Game. Arch better. Snoot Game. Anyway, Heat, why Dev and Arch like Ukraine versus Russia? It's the ultimate NTR story. Russia the cuck trying to enter girlfriend Ukraine, but American Bull dominates them both. It's beautiful. The Sober Viking, well, here's the first donation for Tribal. No, $3,000 in one go, and I'll play that fucking game. That's all. I will not even set up a funding goal, because I actually vomited a little bit when I saw the trailer for this game. Unless somebody makes me seriously feel bad for that amount of free spending money, I am not playing that game. You are going to have to reach the level where Arch feels bad for saying no.
I've got a skedaddle in 15 minutes, Arch. We're coming up on the end of dev time.
The Sober Viking, yes. Oh, Dev was speaking to me. Hello, Dev. My brain disconnected itself from the rest of the world there for a second.
I said I'm leaving in 15 minutes.
That's fine. You little Judas, you.
I'll read this $10 super chat for me though. Electing Trump will cause more inflation. You mean lie last time? Okay. Listen, okay. The reason I said that is because Trump's next plan, which he didn't advocate for this during his first term, but he's currently advocating for getting rid of the federal income tax, right? I'm pretty sure that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That'll cause a shit ton of inflation. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but that will cause a massive amount of inflation. Everyone's like, oh, it's going to be great. We'll have more money in our pockets. It's going to be awesome. No more paying the feds any more of our income.
Well,
what happens with that extra money is hold on, let me just finish it though, because everyone will take that money they're all now getting from not paying the feds. They'll turn around and they'll spend that money on stuff. All right. So you now have increased demand. So companies now faced with increased demand, either they increase the supply, which some of them might be able to if they can ramp up production, or they raise the price, because that's what happens when demand increases. Either supply increases or price increases. One of the two. So you're going to end up with inflation. The issue ultimately is that if you really zoom out and look at it from like a very far away perspective, Inflation ultimately is just the product of how much the government takes in and how much the government spends. And if you increase that gap, either by increasing spending or decreasing taxes, one of the two, you will always increase inflation. It's simple as that. So the issue right now is that people seem to want things that are they're mutually exclusive, right? People want housing prices to go down, but they also don't want inflation, but they also don't want interest rates to keep going up. They also want prices down, but they don't want to pay taxes. Like, you can't have all of these things at the same time because the economy is complicated. And when you pull one of these levers, other ones start moving.
This is true, but there's also a counterpoint there about the multiple levers. Because another lever that he wants to pull is an increase of tariffs against China. This is important because the increase in tariff against China will force Chinese companies to either increase their prices in America, making them less attractive to American customers, or it is going to simply make them drop out of the American market, which is kind of what Trump desires. This will also increase prices short term, just like the removing the federal income tax will increase inflation short term, negative consequences. However, the positive consequences is that you will get a stronger manufacturing base in the United States of America. You will get more value in the US, and since people will have more money as well, you will have them be able to purchase those American products at an increased rate. This will see an even greater rise, in all due likelihood, in American industry and businesses, seeing an increased rate in company taxes rather than income taxes. This is the long-term goal here, which will result in a more steady, stable, and functional economy in the long run. I'm actually quite happy with it. Especially as
it might not.
Detoxing from China is necessary.
It is, yeah. Like this is one of those things where it's like, what is it moral to trade with Nazi Germany, even though trade between countries is generally good? The answer is obviously no, right? Like, we shouldn't be trading with our enemies. The issue though is that once you stop trading with a country, you're more likely to go to war with them, because if you are trading, then neither government wants to risk war because they have more to gain from trade than they have from war, right? So there's a double-edged sword here. The issue is that we just shouldn't be supporting China because China's fucking terrible. But in the short term, it'll be very rough, and generally democracies kind of react very strongly against short-term planning. For example, look at COVID, right? Remember, everyone thought that lockdowns are going to last fucking forever. They lasted 2 years. It was not, 40 years or 50 years or 100 years or eternally, right? But people in democracies tend to react to the most immediate thing. So even if tariffs would be good in the long term, and Arch, I disagree, I'm not even sure they would be, but even if they would be good in the long term, I think people would immediately react to the fact that there's no longer Chinese goods on the shelves, or the prices have gone up, and now everything costs more again, and people will just react to that and be like, well, fuck this, like this is no good, even if 5 years or 10 years down the line it would be better. So I think that that is a weakness of democracy, is that people tend to just to not really think long term.
That is correct, but detoxing from China is simply something that has to be done at this point, and doing so with tariffs and a reduction or even removal of the federal income tax sounds like a good plan to me. Terra, exile them to an isekai world is an option. Via trucks. Then again, truck-based executions sound complicated and lengthy, but hey, might work.
I'm going to answer this. I'm looking for ones that talk about me since I'm leaving in 10 minutes, right? Like, have questions for me, right? This guy here for $5 says, didn't Dev retract his apology over trying to grift off of a guy who was murdered trying to defend his family on the Asmongold call-in talk show? How many wrong things are in that super chat, Arch?
Asmongold? What? Weren't you on side scrollers?
Yeah, how many wrong... There's so many wrong things in this. So, like, I didn't retract the apology. I wasn't trying to grift off of a guy who was murdered. It turns out he wasn't even trying to defend his family. That ended up being fucking false. And also, I wasn't on an Asmongold call-in talk show. Like, not a single part of that super chat was, like, factually correct.
But Dev, why?
Why did I not do the impossible thing?
Asmongold reacts to Dev's ramblings? Huh?
What? Is that a real thing?
I
No
don't
way.
know. Let me look.
There's no fucking way that Asmongold even knows who I am. Nope.
Mercenary 1, send away onto boats, like Waterworld, boat cities. And I saw your January 6th evidence, Dev. It's all total bunk.
Show me
I
how it's total bunk, dude.
I decided to look up Asmongold reacts to short fat otaku, and the first thing that I see is Asmon reacts to "But the people are retarded."
Oh, really? Hold on.
It's not. I don't think that's a video for you. I just see some Indian guy.
Indian?
Yeah.
Dev could be Indian.
Or Fat Talk thinks obese is the new N-word. That's the second one for when I look up Asmongold reacts to short fat otaku is just fat people.
Yeah. Probably.
The Jefoy exiles could be sent to Nahani National Park Reserve in the Deco region of the Northwest Territories of Canada. Look up Valley of Headless Men. There you go. Exile is an option.
Oh god, the whole chat is now fucking like enraged again.
It's because you were very wrong on the economy, Dev. It's a little bit tragic.
Is that the reason why? Is that the reason why?
Oh, as Mogan.
Oh yes, yeah. So I had that debate with that Asmogan guy who's like a fucking retard.
I've never heard of
Jesus.
this man before.
He's a Warhammer YouTuber, I think, but he was just like a complete fucking brainlet.
Oh,
You wanted to hold me to task over the firefighter, the guy got shot during the Trump shooting.
Oh, I see. Okay, I found the video that they're talking about.
Yeah. And he but while he was holding the task over it, he was going over some things that I said, and he said that that Trump didn't try to steal the election on January 6th. So I spoke to him and I was like, yes, he did, and here's how he did it, and I laid it out, and he was just like, oh. but you didn't like the firefighter, right? And I was like, I don't care about the firefighter, dude. I don't give a shit.
Jesus Christ! I'm just looking through this dude's videos, and a stream that that Arch is on. And Arch looks like he's on the verge of tears in this thumbnail.
What? Really?
Pretty normal.
Hold on, here I'll link it. He looks like he's gonna cry if somebody makes fun of him.
Oh my god.
Hold on, I'll put it in talk here, not links. Look at him! He looks so sad!
Oh, sad Arch.
Is that sad?
He looks so sad!
I feel like women just don't understand emotions.
You look like if I make fun of your hair, you're gonna burst out into tears.
Raining Terror, how much for you to play Dustborn Archlay? Is guaranteed not popular, so you can play it tomorrow. $1,000. There you go. You shouldn't ask me to play such terrible video games. Stop it.
Oh, yeah, people are saying Dev just called the family of the man who was murdered a liar. People are like jumping in on this now. You know what? Yeah, actually I am at this point. So, you know what? Here, I'll put my foot in my mouth one final time. Because why the fuck not, okay? Arch, you probably can't show it on stream. So don't worry about it, because you'll just get your channel fucking nuked. But did you see the video? The alternate angle of the shooting when it came out?
Nope, I did not. I probably did, but I don't remember.
So there was like another video from the crowd. I know Artemis saw it, because Artemis and I talked about it. There's a video... there's another video of the shooting where you can actually see the firefighter who got shot, and he didn't jump onto his family to protect them. That didn't happen. He just got shot, and it seemed like everything happened too fast for him to be able to react. Which, by the way, it's normal. It's not normal that he got shot. It's normal that he wouldn't have time to do so, right? That's what most people. That's what would happen to most people, including everyone who's currently listening to this. Is that like if something was going down, they'd be like, "Oh shit," and then they get shot, and then that would be it. They wouldn't, have time to heroically jump in front of their family. It seems like that story just came out of the family because, well, they were coping. Like, their dad just died in front of them, so of course, and they said that, and then it got picked up, and then it became the narrative. But it didn't happen because you can see the guy get shot, and he just gets shot, and that was that. So. Yeah, lots of people are saying, oh, he was a hero. He heroically jumped in front of his daughters and took the bullet for him. Didn't happen. It didn't happen. He was just a victim. Now, that's factually accurate, but everyone is going to be mad at me saying that. Yeah, Zero Fucks in the chat says it was from the daughter's Facebook post. Yeah, exactly, right? It came from the daughter. And the daughter probably said it because she was grieving, but it didn't actually happen.
But Destiny, why not simply let them have this thing then?
It's not true, Arch.
Destiny.
The truth is the most important thing.
The truth is not the most important thing, clearly.
There's people saying I'm evil now. Like, how is anything that I just said evil? Let's be honest here. Where's the evil?
Destiny does not even understand how far he has fallen.
I didn't shit on the man. I simply said he didn't jump in front of his family, and we have video proof of it.
It's like, okay, I think I believe I can see where people are coming from with this, because it's like, all right, how the family, processed to that absolutely horrible situation is that their last perceived moments of their father is him protecting them. So having that be the last thing that they remember about him is probably better than him being gunned down like a fucking animal, which is like, I would much rather like think to myself, wow, my dad saved me, instead of, oh no, my dad got shot. So it's like, sure, I understand where people are coming from. I understand that, oh no, there's video evidence of whatever. But I would just say let the daughter, let the family think what they want, because at this point it's over. There's nothing else to be done.
I agree with you, right? Because there's definitely the human aspect of this helps them, which is why they said it. Their motivations are completely human and normal, and we can all understand them, right? The only problem is that it's now become a giant narrative that people are expected to adhere to, and if you don't, you're evil. And that's a problem, right? Because we saw this exact same thing happen, in different circumstance, but similar outcome with George Floyd, where back in the day, if you pointed out that George Floyd was not simply a victim of the police, but the event actually played out in a far different manner than the way the left insisted it played out, you'd be destroyed. You'd be absolutely fucking dragged on social media. You'd be called evil, right? Just for saying what the actual truth was. And this has kind of become a very similar situation, where it turns out, the man actually was not heroic in his final moments. He was simply a victim of a shooting. And if you say that, you get destroyed. And in both of these cases, because it's not the truth, I'm not going to go along with the narrative, even if it makes people happier, even if it's the politically correct thing to do, even if there's a cost associated with it, because it's not true, I'm not going to say it.
We all have our hills.
And Destiny will die on this one. Alright, very well. Now that we've created the hill, Amazing X81, just in case, all my chats to Snoot Game for ArchCast. Summarize them. If you don't summarize them, I'm going to ignore you.
Snoot Game?
Yeah.
What's Snoot Game? Is it that inflation one that you loved so much?
No.
Oh my god. What is the game then, Arch?
That's another game. Snoot Game I'll happily play, because that looks short and fine. But Inflation Game, Inflation Game will not even have a funding goal. It must be $3,000. I'm gonna do the Loomy thing here, all or nothing, because that game makes me a little bit sick.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to, get you staying sick even afterwards. Oh, you didn't throw up, right? You ate and you just felt better, right?
Yeah, I just had a clump in my throat for the next 3 hours. Disgusting.
I see.
Hexy, if you get shot at a Trump rally, Dev goes hard. He does. Raven's been a member for 8 months. Now I understand the connection to Lele more and more, Archley. There was nothing Andy and Lele about that story. It was just a wholesome little story from Arch's childhood, that was all.
What, the child sacrifice?
No, that was another
what?
one.
Oh, okay.
What story are you talking about here?
Oh, once upon a time I tried to drag some children into the forest, hoping that God would claim them. Didn't.
Why exactly?
Oh, why not? Like, there was a percentage chance that the god did indeed have an old, there was an old god in the forest, and it maybe ate children, and might give you things if you offered them up to it. It didn't. I now know.
Okay.
But there was nothing Andy and Lele about the other story. The other story was about the psyops, years ago.
Yeah, you trying to, like, get a girl
Not
to
trying.
dump the boyfriend.
Succeeded.
Succeeded to get a girl to dump the boyfriend so you could date her. Good job.
Yes.
You what?
Succeeded,
Jesus
Dev.
Congratulations.
I'm actually still quite proud of that. It was a fine piece of psyoping, in my opinion.
I thought you were going to say something else.
Congratulations, proud of
A
you.
piece of something else, actually.
Well, that too. And listen, okay, since Lumi's new here, listen. There was a girl, really, really pretty girl, way out of my league, but she had a boyfriend. And I knew boyfriend was cheating on girl. However, I could not tell girl this because then I would look bad as well. I would I would dirty myself with the implied knowledge. So, had to find a way for a girl to find out. And for girl to find out at the correct time of a little bit of mental vulnerability where I could also be close enough to girl to go, "Oh, I'm very sorry about that." And so I manufactured a rather brilliant series of events, in my opinion, to get all of that to work out just perfectly and get the girl in the end. It was pretty brilliant.
All of that planning, just for that, you could have done something very interesting and maybe made money, but instead you're like, I got a girl.
What was the alternative for all the planning?
I don't know.
Well, there you
Something
go.
that would get you money. I have never gotten a girl to break up with her boyfriend and to date me.
You ever got a
I'm
boy to
telling
break up with
you.
his girlfriend?
No.
That was a hesitation there.
No, I never got a dude to break up with his girlfriend because, frankly, I wasn't interested in dating when I was younger. I was too busy being, manipulated and groomed for that.
You were the one being broken up
Jesus.
with.
So I did something equivalent, but of a lesser severity, Arch.
Lesser
I managed-
severity. What I did was not severe at all. In fact, it was morally correct. But yes, go on.
I was like 11 years old, okay? And I wanted to rent a video game from the rental store back in my hometown. And I went up, I biked up to it. Turns out the game wasn't there. But somehow, and I forget how, I figured out who had it in town. And it was a guy that I was like kind of friends with, but the friendship was pretty much ending. Like we were getting on each other's nerves, like it was over, right? So I biked over to his house. I told him that I knew the guy who owned the video rental store and he wanted the game back. So I got it back from him. And then I biked. Now I could have just kept the game, but I didn't. I biked back to the rental store. I handed the game back in, and I said, "Okay, I'm going to rent it now." And then the guy at the rental store was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yep." And I got my game for the weekend.
I don't understand how this was evil. Yeah, mine was way
it's time
better.
for me to go, though. I think it's time for me to go, though. It's the end for me. It was good to be back, though. I know that the chat read a whole bunch, but it was good to talk to you again, Arch. It's good to see you again, Lumi.
I see you too, Dev. Hopefully life doesn't screw you over, and you can come back to the loving arms of chat since they missed you oh so much.
Have a good day,
Well,
Dev.
I'll see you guys later. Have fun.
Bye.
My story was way better. The only downside to my story was that the woman turned out to be an idiot and I had to break up with her later. That was unfortunate.
Oh, I see.
Anywho, Danny Boy, tips resource for making rules stats of a tabletop game. Get somebody else to do it for you. What? That's what I'm doing. Boog, found the Prego Astolfo, sent to Arch. Thanks, Nev. But I don't want Prego Astolfo anymore. Mercenary 1, Godbro is good friends with Neckbeardia. Perfect. And Dev thinks they wanted to vote for Camilla. Adorable. He's a silly boy. Philip Plus, isn't the US one of the only democracies that even have primaries? I think it does. I don't know. Americans. They're strange rules. Evolved Potato, unlike Dev, I won't assume something is false if I haven't seen the evidence, so if it's true, why say it? What does it provide to the conversation? It doesn't change that he was murdered, it just seems like an attempt to downplay this horrific death. I too condemn Dev for his take here. And Evolved Potato 2, Kamala wasn't hard on crime. She illegally got people denied for parole to keep them in prison to use as cheap labor. She doesn't care about the law, she cares about her record and how it looks for her. Kamala is evil. This too is true.
Yeah. Kamala is... Kamala is something for sure. It's like she didn't climb up the corporate ladder. She didn't even sleep her way up the corporate ladder. No, political ladder. She fucking sucked her way up the political ladder.
Mean. Terrible.
What? Am I incorrect?
I don't know.
I am
If Dev
not.
was here, he'd say that we need evidence. Jackson Kai, Kamala didn't win any delegates. DNC's rigged, yes. Yes.
Correct.
Settlers, representatives should not exist, period. This form of democracy just does not work. Man, we need direct democracy. Nah, because then you'd really be ruled over by the cities. Representative democracy is the solution, we just need a more functional one. Hexy, Dev is bad faith because he uses words like people are screaming when they are just trying to make a basic point. Stop talking like a child. Bad Dev. Yell at him. Soul the Lich has been a member for 19 months. From Brown Nosing for Destiny and supporting John Boot Wilkins, people to now supporting Comrade Fraud Mailer. Dev needs more grass touching time. He does. But now that he lives in Yugoslavia, he will have plenty of time to do so. Oversaturated Market says, if everyone's stance has to always be wait for the state to confirm your observation, the state will never be forced to confirm it. Flawed logic. We shall not listen to state. Big Daddy government evil. Mercenary saying, I want Dev, a tarot card reader is more believable than you. That also is true. Tarot card at least has facts and logic on his side. Naturian, but Dev, I've been alive multiple days and I can make observations about lots of things. You're just choosing the patterns that benefit you. Yes. Dev's inability to see the pattern is a disturbing one. Mark James, Dev, Lumi, Arch, Axis and Allies board game when? Never. Then again, Lumi, someone wanted you to play Command Modern Operations on stream.
What's that?
I'd say, how do I put this? It's a very... It's a very tab-centric video game.
Tab-centric video game?
Yeah.
I mean, if someone buys it for me, I'll play anything at least once, and if I really like it, it'll be a hyperfixation for weeks.
There you go, chat. I figured I'd need to put it in such a way that didn't scare her off.
Military autism game. Excel sheet with some graphics.
Here, Lumi, let me give you a... I should have said circle game, actually. Here, Lumi, let me send you a screenshot of the video game.
Let me take a look. See here. Those are a lot of lines. Why does it look like I'm going to be playing Flight Simulator, but not?
Oh, Flight Simulator has a lot less buttons. Well, shit.
Again, I'll play anything once if someone buys it for me.
By 1917, hail ArchChrist, our prophetic Lord and Savior. Hi, Devin. Hi, Lumi. I am those things and more. Sujad, Lumi, weekly game recommendation, Lily Tales. Lily Tales, one word.
Tales.
Lily Tales, yes.
Ooh. Branded a traitor for losing the princess, the young knight Luna sets out on a lonely journey to rescue the princess and clear her name.
Sounds perverse.
And it's only $20. And I see tits! Okay. I'll add it to my wish list.
Raining Tanner, when is the Lumi's boyfriend Barotrauma stream? Need more people first. I'm thinking about setting that up. I've got multiple adventures now that includes Lumi's life and health. One is Barotrauma, another might even be D&D. Or, well, not D&D, but an RP. Doman, hi Lumi, you will do well in Command Modern Operations. He believes in you.
Oh, I'm sorry for your decision.
Jackson Q was left and voted Trump. Be left, vote Trump, Dev. He should. Running Terra, remember chat, people like Dev are allowed to vote. They are. Sentinel Rex, take the man point of view. Believe in the sun. We knew the economy and job numbers were lies. Then because we were living it. Embrace fish. Remove Dev. But if you embrace fish, you too will be stinky.
It'll be fine. It's a trade. You get to hug a cute fish. You be a little stinky for a little bit.
Like 1917, except they tried to have the lockdowns last forever, Dev. They only stopped because everyone else started ignoring them. That too is true. ShadowFox2300, being bad at math. I guess she is a true VTuber. That's true. Hell, I'm bad at math, and even I know that you get more than 4 times the $200.40.
How what?
Most next anyone. Hi, Lumi. Mom says hi and cursing in Espanol at me.
Nice.
That's right. Okay. Speaking of Espanol, that reminds me of something I needed to do. Let's see here. Where was it?
Is it of the VR chat chick who says Spanish words really fucking bad because someone in your server already tagged me in it?
Oh, good. I
saying,
don't need to
hey,
find it
what's
then.
your opinion? They asked me what my opinion was, and I said, when did Arch become a VTuber?
And yet again, Lumi attempts to hurt Arch's feelings for no reason whatsoever.
No reason.
Just
Yes,
casually.
because I just find it fun.
Mercenaries anyone? Hi, Lumi. Time to read that one. Help me. Black 917. No, Deb. She was deliberately imprisoning innocent people, hiding and suppressing the evidence that proved their innocence. There are still people being released because of evidence is being discovered. Kamala Harris is an evil woman, apparently. Juggernaut Demon, she was not tough on crime. She was known for faking and hiding evidence that proved people innocent. She hid evidence that proved death row innocence. Evil woman. Artemis Fowl, Lumi has an OnlyFins account. She does.
It's for the hentai games.
Black 1917, all of those innocent people were black. Oh, well, I mean, at least she did something right. What? Mercy 21, Kamala has evidence of an innocent man on death row and hid it for political purposes. And those snowplows reminds me of the first from movie Soylent Green. Black 917, nothing Trump did was actually illegal, Dev. And Nightmare, Lumi, what is worse, NTR, pegging, or feet?
Feet. Feet are icky.
But pegging
Feet
is not.
shouldn't exist. I'd be the one doing the pegging.
Aha.
It'd be bad for it'd be bad for the man. Not bad for me. NTR is cringe, but feet are icky.
Pegging is one of Dev's favorite pastimes.
I mean, not surprised.
Marked ashamed, Dev. The DC charges is not the New York City convictions. Stuff. Shadowfox. No, he has stolen valid because he's claiming a rank that he never finished the time that is required to be a command sergeant major. He was only a master sergeant. No, I don't know about this. I have no idea. All I know is that he's weird looking. Artemis Fowl. Dev claiming he didn't even say he didn't do it means nothing because the defense portion argument doesn't take place yet as they haven't gone to trial yet. The immunity claim is an interlocutor, like your standing argument. Dev did no research into allegations but states they are bullshit anyway. Dev has become a believer in his gut feeling. You must applaud him for this.
I mean, is it a gut feeling or is it indigestion? It grumbles, but that's all we know.
Blue Sky. He didn't Iran the rank he claimed he had. I'm presuming. Oh, and Blue Sky, I'm sorry, your last super chat earlier today disappeared in the great technical difficulties of 2024. Apologies. Lumi?
Huh?
Where were you about 5 hours ago?
About 5 hours ago at the Renaissance Fair.
Sabotaging internet infrastructure, perchance?
You know, I don't need to answer to these wild accusations. I am insulted.
I figured. Jackson
I
Kai.
mean, if I'm not here, then, you know, can't let the ArchCast go on if I'm not here.
Seems like it, yes.
I figured out which satellite was yours. I shot it down.
Dev, I won't believe it until you prove it. Also, Dev, Trump is guilty of charges that haven't been proven in court. Dev, at least pretend a little. He cannot. He's incapable. Thomas Asaya, Dev, Tim Walsh never deployed, claimed he did not retire at the rank of E9, claimed he did, and was routinely referred to poorly by fellows. That is the stolen aspect. I'll take your word for it. Otto's foul. Didn't Dev literally say they were pretty much bullshit? I think everyone heard you say that. And also, Osmos Fowl, Arch, didn't Dev say he ate baby fetuses? I am just asking a question. I am not making a direct statement through implicative language about anything, I swear. I mean, I think the baby fetuses might be tasty. You know, they've got those little bones that would crunch just a little bit.
Arch, no!
What?
No!
They wouldn't have had time to harden yet, so they would just be a little crunchy, like squirrel bones. They do crunch.
No! Arch!
Crunch.
No!
Marked ashamed. Every anti-Semitic post is a Fed. Well, most at least. PI, I want Trump to be pro-US imperialism. I like that too. Zero, I'm not a pacifist or anti-war, just making a point. Fair enough. Settlers, if Ukraine is okay, they do not need weapons. Well, not anymore. We've already destroyed most of the Russian army, I think. God damn it. It scrolled.
Good job.
I thought I was about ready to go and eat. I'm not. There we go. Jackson Kai. Dev low-key admitting the Nazis agree with him. Well, of course they do. They're on the same side. Socialism. Nightmare, I sent a Steam friend request to you, Dev, so I can send you Dustborn. I am the gushing granny. Well, good for you. Granny. Gushing. Michael 11, Arch, please control your woman. Ukraine shelling Rus population since 2015, Donbass. Even Merkel admitted any diplomatic deal was just to buy time. Well, pretty much, yes. Well, Donbass did also break away from Ukraine, so, power politics.
Thank you, Nightmare, for Dustborn. I'll play it on... I don't know. Well, Arch, now you get to play Dustborn with me.
Nope.
Yep.
Unless you're about to give me $1,000.
You don't even have to stream it. You can just play with me.
Don't want to. I don't feel like it. Raging Bull, why pay money? I get my food and stuff from Walmart for free. Also, hello Arch and Chunky Boy, where's the leotard and sweating to the 90s videos? Ah, the old exercise regimes. Mercenary X21, Costco is worth the gasoline alone. I have a member. There you go, you should become member, Lumi. Silly Lumi.
Come member.
Artemis Fowl, if we elect Trump, we will get more inflation. Who told you that, Dev? Was it the experts that also agreed the economy was going well and the jobs numbers were real? To trust the CPI? Now, there will be inflation because there will be more money in circulation if he reduces the federal income tax. This is true because people will have more money, thus they will spend more money. But inflation in the short term for a more stable economy in the long term with increased American production is not a bad thing. Mercenary X1, Ukraine has been trafficking anything under 18 since. Black 917, electing Trump will cause more inflation? You mean lie? Last time, Dev, when inflation reached the lowest point it was at in decades, despite the left trying to stop him every step of the way? Dev does not understand economics. We shall hurt him. Renning Turner, Dev, you do realize what's happening in Ukraine already happened to America. This is just a Cuban Missile Crisis, but NATO doing it to Russia. Yes, pretty much. McQuell11, we have Ukraine retard deserters in my neighborhood. Well, good for you. Mark Shame, Arch, 3K isn't enough. A Rolex starts at 7K. No, too much. But no. Actually, no. Probably I should raise it to $5,000 for fucking filthy fetish game. Artemis Fowl, get rid of the income tax, and then what, Dev? What was the second half of the plan? Nothing, I guess. Mercenary Trek X21, Dev, talk to Razorfist about income tax and how wrong you are. He has evidence against you and will shit you down with facts. Oh, shit him down too. Terrible. Space Wolf Blackman, didn't Dev retract his apology over trying to grift off a guy who was murdered trying to defend his family on the Asmund Gold to call in talk-in show? I don't fucking... Well, he did. He was Destiny there. Bad Dev.
Yeah, and also as someone else, not Asmongold, Asmon... whatever. But yeah, we already talked about that.
Jackson Kyle, okay. Foot down as an economist. Government isn't the sole cause of inflation, Dev. I know you know that, and you know we know that, but you lie anyways. You assume Dev isn't simply dumb. I think Dev is just dumb. I assume ignorance over malice. Just as Lumi really should have assumed malice over ignorance when I was selling her Command Modern Operations. Randy Tenner. Also, Archley, Brandon ruined American industries. His first year saw business that got wrecked the first time after being coaxed back into the American market will suffer if another Democrat is in office. Probably. Artemis Fowl. Strong initial statement. The wishy-washy half-step back claim was correct the whole time. McQuall11. Without deregulation, no new factories in US, just Mexico. Well, let's hope Trump is a clever boy then. Black 917, China's not in a position to go to war with anyone on this side of the Pacific. They're barely in a position to go to war with India or the Middle East. Don't underestimate the little Chinky Winkies. Plus, the Chinky Winky doesn't need to invade America. The Americans need to invade the Chinky Dinky land. That's where the complications occur.
I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting that. I'm sorry. Okay, you can continue.
Well, clearly you should be.
Shut up!
Antelope, Dev might as well be rage bait for Archer's chat. In essence, yes. And Archer's right-wing super chat, Rage Empire, lol. MercenX21, I won't have two Dev. Very soon it will hit the fan. He will poop on Dev with a fan.
No.
Sujad, he wanted to talk about one thing and Dev kept sidetracking. Dev being bad faith as usual. Witcher. I am quite happy that I was able to own Dev with facts and logic about the economy. I was pleased. So the Lich, one Arch, commies lie, invites Dev, two Dev, lies, slides further to cover three, chat, commie lied, four Arch stokes. Yes. My 4-step plan for economic dominance. It was one of the first things I told Lumi. Lumi, you wish to become YouTuber? You must find your communist.
Yeah, he told me to find a pet commie. I haven't found them yet, but, you know, borrowing Dev via this podcast has been very fun. But also, him coming through my chat is also very fun as well.
Mega lag. It's too soon, Devo. It is too soon. It is. And Antelope Optics Dev, you might as well be making fun of him. You don't go actually at a funeral. I agree with you, but the man's dead. I agree too. See, there's a moment of the white lie is necessary. When Lumi shows up and she's like, do I look fat in this dress? You don't say yes. You say, no. You just look like a dump truck.
I mean, at least I know my ass looks nice. But otherwise, if I was called fat, that's when I would start throwing up. Bring back the eating disorder.
Lumi manages to take an offhand insult and turn it into a compliment. Good job, Lumi. Lumi's learning. Rain Tenor. Dev says he cares about the truth, but turns a blind eye to constant democratic corruption. And I remember when Hillary stole the nomination with Bernie, that's what happened with Kamala. Sorta. Like, see, I agree with the whole Kamala stole the thing, because she didn't go through the electoral process. You're supposed to be elected first by the public, then by the representatives. To have representatives think, I was like, oh, well, now they're just free to choose anyone. True, but that defeats the spirit of the thing. They're not supposed to be free to choose anyone they want. Mercenaries in one, all 30 I have sent so far, if I remember correctly. Yep, I've listed that. Thank you very much, sir. Elsa Sorana, hey Arch, your next Poker Musu Smash or Pass video is getting closer. Kinkimation is getting closer to finishing the Johto deck. Oh, disgusting. Throgman, money doesn't buy love, VTuber. Well, I don't know about that.
Money doesn't buy love, but it sure as fuck buys happiness in my bills.
You know what? As somebody who frequently misspeaks himself, I'm not going to pick on Lumi when she says stuff like that. Purchases my bills instead of pays the bills. Because
Shut up.
I have sympathy in my soul. It's like what was it? She was trying to say lap of luxury and then live of luxury, I think, too.
Yeah. I get a little bit of sympathy from this man, like, you know, a little bit a week, and then it's just mean every other time. So I'm shocked when it happens.
This is why Lumi is spirit animal. She's frighteningly close to Arch in many ways, and this disturbs him. But she hasn't started.
Have a better taste in food.
She hasn't started speaking of herself in third person, so we're happy and safe still.
I mean, Lumi does speak about herself every once in a while in third person, depending on what I'm playing.
McWath11, Rumble, no stream superchats, shadowbanned. Yes, technical issues today. It just wouldn't connect via Restream, so no Rumble or anything else. Settlers, Arch, what will you do when you hit 100,000 subs in the ArchCast? By the way, elitism sucks. Populism isn't perfect, but at least it's a path forward to direct democracy. Will I do anything at 100k? I don't know.
Arch is gonna put on a skirt and take a picture.
Pay me.
Oh, so you did start your skirt fund. Okay.
I think... Kyle's sock fund was a lot of money. Double Kyle's sock fund. There you go. In 6 months. Never refuse chat's requests, just make it impossible for them to reach them. Mercenaries, one last thing. Kamala is rumored to be a he. Big Mike. Well, I mean, that would be funny, but relatively unlikely. And Mercenaries 1, what's Lumi's Steam account? I get you it or stuff. What is Lumi's Steam account? Dox yourself.
I already posted my Steam account.
Well, there you go. She's already doxed herself.
I mean, it's not a dox if it's just Luminous Cove with Luminous Cove and more mermaids and more games and more mermaids.
You'd be surprised. Somebody found the Saudi Arabian prince's Steam account, and he's apparently a fan of anime.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Marksman 117B, bring back monarchy, true form of government. I agree. Monarchy worked really well for thousands of years. We abandoned it and everything went to shit. Monarchy is the true answer to our problems. Omega Tau, the stream is now dev-free, so I will super chat. Thank you. Boog, Lumi, have you discussed pegging with your boyfriend? Please say no.
No.
Thank you.
I respect him enough not to even... No.
Artemis Fowl, Arch, coming out as a Jewish rabbi with his baby fetus comment. Hey, listen, all I'm saying is the little bones might be crunchy in a cool way.
No! Arch! No! Eating children!
Fetuses. You could argue whether it's a child. Still, there's a different distinction to be made.
Can argue if it's a child. No eating fetuses, no eating infants, no eating or sacrificing children.
Not even sacrificing? Why? But, okay. You can eat squirrel, alright? You take squirrel, and you just mash squirrel. You rip off fur first, of course, but just mash squirrel and then just beat squirrel, and you can make camp snacks out of squirrel with bones and everything, because the bones are so tiny, it just adds like a little crunchy texture. All I'm saying is, fetuses would probably be similar. Settlers, says Lumi, what kind of fisherwoman are you? Trout, bass, pike, golden, or maybe a salmon?
What the fuck did he just say? Salmon!
Salmon. She's a salmon.
There you go. No, I'm not a salmon. I am an anglerfish. But no, you say salmon incorrectly, my guy.
No, it's salmon.
Salmon!
Weird, Lumi.
Weird, Arch.
Settlers for an incredibly generous 100 Canadian. Thank you very much. Play Dustborn, Arch. Right, fucking Dustborn Fund. Right, I have noted down the Dustborn Fund. Starting at $100, reaching the goal at 1,000. And Doman, did you know, Arch, in COH3 you can turn reinforced resource points into a retreat point. Also, Lumi would be a good COH3 player. Ha ha ha, no, I would strangle Lumi.
A good what?
Never mind.
A good what?
Don't worry your little feminine brain with this.
No, now I'm curious.
No.
I'm curious.
See, chat, I take my company of heroes very seriously, which is why I play with the old dog, who's as big a try-hard as I am. Lum Lum would just be like, why did they wear saucers on their heads? And normally I would be like, aw, she's an adorable little fish. That game, I would just, Lum Lum, where do you live? I'm coming over there and I am ending you. Lumi.
Ah, you're funny.
300 million people are going to have to suffer because of that answer.
Well, sucks for them.
I take my competitive strategy far too seriously. See, I'm more than happy to... See, that's what we could do. I could go on Lumi's little stream and be like, hey, Lumi, I'm going to teach you about command modern operations. So, this is the rate at which fuel evaporates in the tanks of the aircraft. You need to keep that in mind, otherwise your aircraft will crash into the ocean when they run out of fuel. Scabrous Wretch. Hey Arch, some leftists now say 40k is a satire of the right's belief and it'd be a horrible place, but the Imperium also very welcome into alphabet cults and transformers. Bit of a self-report. It is, and 40k is not satire. If it is satire, it's very poor satire, and it is an explicitly right-wing setting. Embrace it for that fact. Skicky, food time. Google Permech. Would you? Witcher. Google Permech. Permech. Okay. I hate it when people donate $5 and then like $2 and stuff, because then I need to do math. Like, what is $2 and $5 put together?
$7.
Permech is an individual-sized fried dough pastry common for Volga, Tatar, and Bashkir cuisine. It is made from unleavened or leavened dough and usually filled with ground meat and chopped onions. I'm not a fan of onions. I don't like onions. If they're fried, that doesn't sound too bad. Ground meat and some dough, well, yeah. Fried onions, yeah, I'd happily eat that. No one, will you two do a collab when the next part of the Coffin of Andy and Lele comes out?
I'm excited for chapter 3.
She's excited for chapter 3.
Are you gonna voice Andy? And I'll voice Lele?
I do. I don't make for a good Andy. I'm too old sounding.
It's okay.
John Smith, Arch, masterclass in only allowing through what you want. Lumi, welcome. Was Arch on your channel and how do I find? Lumi, welcome. Have I? No, I haven't been on Lumi's channel yet.
No, Arch has not been on Lumi channel. He has been in Lumi chat on Lumi channel, but never on my channel.
Yes.
I'll figure out a day where I'm like, hey Arch, teach me this game, and then I'll have him on my channel.
This is what we call a one-sided relationship. I invite Lumi on to podcast. What does Lumi do? Does she go like, hey Arch, would you come and play with me? It's like, no. It freezes me out.
No, all I get is Loom Loom podcast. Loom Loom, Rings of Power. Loom Loom, The Boys. Loom Loom, watch this.
I am quite proud of the Lum Lum, because that is exactly how I imagine you. You know your avatar on the Under the Sea podcast? That, but with your tongue sticking out. Lum 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 lum. Making that noise. That is pretty much the visual I have every time I turn to Lumi, just that fish with his tongue out. Lum 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 lum. Shadowfox2300. Wait, she is an anglerfish? You sure you want to claim that, Queso fish, considering that basically makes your boyfriend just a pair of gonads to get you knocked up that fucked a fish? That's weird.
Isn't nature beautiful?
That's right, the anglerfish had something like it grew testicles on his body or something. Mark to Shame. Arch, have Lumi play Sins of a Solar Empire. You know, she could probably figure out how to play that game. Probably.
Eventually.
Evil Potato. Trump isn't far right. He's a 90s Democrat. Anyone that thinks he's far right is either extremely far left or he's just told what opinion to hold and believes it without thought. $25 to MLP Smasher Pass Fund. It's not even a fund yet. You know, I'll do that one for you for free once I get bored, just to hammer home my brony credentials. That's right. Lum Lum.
Huh?
I was gifted the thing I desired. I must now find it again.
Okay.
There we go. The following is sensitive content. It's not that sensitive. YouTube, calm down.
Please don't tell me.
Luck, Lum Lum. Pony, Part 2. My pony is now capable of having...
Norwegian, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Hell yeah, the N-word pony, I love it.
I needed to have that drawn. Now I have it. I'm happy now.
You need to sell those as stickers.
I think Hasbro would be mad at me if I did.
They can't trademark horse.
Actually, they can. Have you heard the story of Princess Molestia?
What? No. What?
Ah, good. I get to enlighten someone on Princess Molestia.
Princess Molestia? What the fuck?
Yes, okay, so I just need to find a picture that doesn't have horse pussy on it. Okay, that one's good enough, I guess. Damn it, that one's not.
Just put a creative censor over it. It's
Oh,
fine.
Christ. Can I find anything of this that hasn't been taken down? God damn it. Okay, fine. We're just gonna have to screenshot the damn thing. Okay, so the story of Princess Molestia. My Little Pony, the good generation, not the weird one that you liked, had a lot of fan service and fan-created characters. In fact, fans even named characters in the show, like Derpy, the mentally retarded horse. One such person invented a character called Princess Molestia. I'll put it in the live link, and there we go. Might as well also curse your DMs with it forever as well.
Okay, thank you. Arch.
Princess Molestia was, just as the name implies, a spicy pony. Like here, I believe she was winking at my twilight. I did not take kindly to that. Which reminds me, Applejack is still locked in my dungeons. Excuse me.
What the fuck?
Princess Molestia was then claimed by Hasbro as in violation of their copyright. Which means...
so now it's canon that
Yes.
Princess Celestia... Okay, I see.
Yes, exactly. It now means that Princess Molestia is an official canon character in the My Little Pony universe. There you go. Now you know, and now chat knows, and knowing is 2/3 of the battle. You're very welcome for the My Little Pony lore chat. Have fun.
Okay, I decided to go to the wiki for this. Someone asked if it was taken down because of copyright from Hasbro. And someone said the only reason why it happened is because someone told them directly. So someone went up to a Hasbro executive and said, hey, this exists.
Ah, an asshole.
Yep. What the fuck? The only reason why it happened is because someone told them directly, if I remember correctly. Funnily enough, the main individual who got Molestia taken down also liked to draw lewd versions of ponies, including the younger characters. Yeah, I heard Pinkie Pony was probably jealous that Molestia comic series was more popular than her own. What the fuck?
We need to talk about the age of consent of ponies. Lumi's just shocked and sad now.
Okay, it looks like there's a archive of the Princess Molestia Tumblr page, so all the art is on there archived.
Oh, good. I'll get busy ignoring that right away.
Yeah, I'll send it directly to you so you have easy access.
Sir Envy, how much for Call of Warhammer mod of Medieval 2? Oh, nothing. I'll do that for free, eventually, when I get around to it. Red Nintendo, 50 towards Dustborn, also Under the Sea podcast episode with Archley was boring, to be honest. Also, I thought the Californian fish was a blobfish. Oh, Lumi needed to be more entertaining.
It's like, yes, it was a little slow because, you know, Mr. Archley is not familiar with fucking VTuber shit. And it's like, unfortunately, it was a very slow goddamn news day until fucking the Twitch ambassador, Evil Toaster, whatever the fuck his name is, was outed as a fucking sex pest and creep who is just a single lonely fucking man who wants to just prey on VTuber women, force them to take goddamn fucking autism tests because he's like, oh my god, we're all neurodivergent together. Fucking saying that he is a gender fluid, they, them, fucking dude looks like the fucking cat whisperer. If you know that show My Cat from Hell or whatever, that dude looks exactly like him. Oh my fucking god. Like, he is a creep. He is disgusting. He is a weirdo. He's just ignoring everything. He needs to be fucking beat in the street. Okay, I'm done.
Well, there you go. And Boog is now sending me all of the Princess Molestia comics.
Good job, Boog.
Ah, sadness. No one. The only correct pronunciation of salmon is lax. Lux. Yes, lux. Charles Smith, starting fun for Arch to teach Lumi COH3 and play 3 matches with her. Let's see. How much did I ask for The Witcher? 5 grand? Make it 10. I will strangle Lumi, and I value her life highly. $10,000. Then we'll kill Lumi together.
What?
James 21. I was friends with the artist of Princess Molestia. Picky Pony was a psycho who was butthurt her prone wasn't popular. She spammed report, I was there. Damn, real asshole then. Also, was friend? Because if you are a friend, let's start commissioning more Arch Pony art. And if I can have the pedigree of Princess Molestia, you know what? That tickles Arch's pickle just right.
Nah,
And Mr.
he
Luckless.
needs to be copyright claimed. Like, okay, Arch Pony needs to be copyright claimed, so then the N-word pony will be canon.
Yes. Yes, if we could somehow make that happen, that would be pretty great. Mr. Knuckles says, I welcome the return of the fish, and can you add this to the Snoot Game Fund? I can. In fact, if you had summarized the other chats, I would have added all of them, but you didn't summarize all of them. And now I'm going to punish you by only summarizing that one. Because that's what I do. Streamlabs. Don't forget Streamlabs either. Evolved Potato. But Arch, just because the citizens will have more money to spend, that doesn't mean there will be inflation. That money would be spent anyway by the government. The inflation would happen because the government would print more to keep spending down. Spending. That's a good point, actually, yeah. That wouldn't guaranteedly lead to inflation. Good point. Spiky 1996. Lumi, will you be playing Tribal since Arch doesn't dare to because of his fragile feminine fifis?
Play what?
The Vore game.
No!
There you go. See? I'm not the only one. And since there is no Rumble today, I don't need to look at that one, which makes me at least a little bit happy, as it is now very late. God, this stream went on for absolutely ages, didn't it? Jesus. Well, chat, thank you all very much for your super generous donations today. Thank you for hanging out with me and Dev and Lumi today, as we finally got the stream going after much technical difficulties. And thank you, Lum Lum, for being here, lumming at me.
Oh, you're welcome. I knew you guys missed me a lot, you know, seeing by how both you and Dev were DMing me. And I'm like, oh, they miss me.
And Mercenaries anyone right at the end there, still technically on my Skype list, Snoot Game, $9. I have added it. Thank you very much, sir. And now, good night, everyone. Archie's hungry.
Night, guys.